Chapter 115. Vermilion Fruit. Ever since he went to look for Tang Ziming and met Tang Qingyue, he did not dare to see her anymore. Tian, you don't have to be so distant in front of uncle. Come and sit here. Tang Zicheng also looked happy. He was also very envious that the Leaf family had such a heaven-defying monster. Then, when he thought that this monster would be his future son-in-law, he was even happier. After witnessing Li Lingtian's abilities and the rumors about him, they were extremely pleased with the young man. The couple was still talking about Li Lingtian just now. Then, he pointed at the seat beside him and gestured for Li Lingtian to sit next to him. What? Don't tell me I'll eat you? Li Lingtian was in a dilemma. There was an empty seat beside Tang Ziming's mother, but he could not sit there. On the other hand, there was an empty seat beside Tang Zicheng, but Tang Qingyue was next to it. Tang Qingyue smiled when she saw Li Lingtian's expression and thought of how he had fled a while ago. No. Li Lingtian finally realized that there were times when he was afraid of people. He was not afraid of anything. He was a martial arts grandmaster or martial king, but he was a little afraid of Tang Qingyue. After saying that, she quickly calmed herself down and sat in a seat between Tang Zicheng and Tang Qingyue. Tang Ziming sat next to her mother's blue screen and looked at brother Ling Tian in confusion. Tang Zicheng and Lan Ping could see the awkwardness between Li Lingtian and Tang Qingyue. They did not know why the young man was avoiding Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue and Tang Ziming were their precious children. Tang Ziming and Li Lingtian had been engaged to each other since they were young, and their relationship was very good. Tang Qingyue's wedding was not held in Green Island. This was a regret for the couple, but some things were beyond their control. Uncle, Auntie, Li Lingtian did not pay his respects when he returned a while ago. Please forgive him. Li Lingtian quickly tried to find a topic to avoid awkwardness again. However, even though he was speaking, he felt awkward. This sister beside him had really caused him a lot of trouble. He was traumatized. Tian, don't be so formal in front of uncle and auntie. A son-in-law is half a son. It's not good to be so formal. Lan Ping was the first to speak. She was extremely satisfied with this future female cultivator. The Tang family and the Li family, the Qin family and the Lan family, these four families had always had a good relationship. Otherwise they would not have married. Moreover, only the four clans could survive in Sky Dragon Empire. Otherwise, the status of the four clans would have gone downhill long ago. Alright, Auntie, Tiana went to Hidden Dragon Island last time and got some fruits. Auntie will definitely like these fruits. Li Lingtian took out some spirit fruits and a vermilion fruit. This vermilion fruit was also 500 years old and had the effect of retaining one's youth. Vermilion fruit. 500-year-old vermilion fruit. Lan Ping was overjoyed when he saw the vermilion fruit in Li Lingtian's hand. The Tang family did not lack anything, but they had seen a 500-year-old vermilion fruit before. Moreover, to beautiful women, beauty was something they were most interested in. When he saw this vermilion fruit, he couldn't help but reach out and take it as if he had seen a treasure. Tang Zicheng shook his head helplessly when he saw his wife's expression. Women would go crazy when they saw something that could make them look beautiful. Tang Qingyue was also stunned. She didn't expect this kid to have such a treasure. She was envious. If he had such a fruit when he was 18, he would be able to retain his youth and look like this forever. Li Lingtian and Tang Zicheng exchanged a glance, revealing a friendly look between men. They were speechless when they saw a woman doing this for her looks. However, when he turned around, he was stunned to see a fair hand reaching out in front of him. Who else could this hand be but Tang Qingyue's? Why didn't she think of her sister? She should be called her sister-in-law. Tang Qingyue did not say anything, but she smiled. The smug look in her eyes almost made Li Lingtian break down. Sister Qingyue naturally has it. A beautiful girl like Sister Qingyue naturally needs to stay young forever. Li Lingtian took out a 500-year-old vermilion fruit from the divine dragon ring and handed it to Tang Qingyue. She then retracted her hand. Li Lingtian and Tang Zicheng were having a good chat while Tang Ziming and her two daughters listened to their conversation with a faint smile on their faces. However, Li Lingtian did not dare to look at Tang Qingyue. Big brother Lingtian, are you afraid of big sister? Even though Tang Ziming was only 16 years old, she was not stupid. She saw that Li Lingtian had not dared to look at her sister, so there must be something going on between them. It was just like how brother Lingtian had gone after the eldest princess in Sky Cloud sect. I'm not afraid. Why would I be afraid of her? Li Lingtian kept shaking his head in guilt. Even Tang Zicheng and his wife could tell that Li Lingtian was feeling guilty, let alone trying to hide it from Tang Ziming. Tang Zicheng and his wife immediately felt uneasy. If Li Lingtian and Blue Moon were somehow related, things would be troublesome. They were not afraid of Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming's relationship because it was normal to have multiple wives in this world. However, they could not decide on Tang Qingyue's marriage. Aren't you afraid? Why did you run away that day? Li Lingtian was rendered speechless. He could only smile bitterly as he sat in his seat without saying a word. He did not expect Tang Qingyue to say it out loud. Tang Zicheng, his wife, and Tang Ziming looked at Li Lingtian before shifting their gaze to Tang Qingyue. Father, mother, Meng Meng, the last time at Sky Cloud sect, brother Lingtian went to look for Meng Meng, but Meng Meng had already returned. I was joking at that time. Tang Qingyue transmitted her voice and recounted what happened at Sky Cloud sect. Although Li Lingtian could not hear it, he could tell from the smiles on Tang Zicheng, and Tang Ziming's faces that Tang Qingyue had told him about her embarrassing situation. Big brother Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so afraid of my big sister. It's a pity that my big sister already has a fiancé. Hee, otherwise, you wouldn't dare to bully me in the future. Tang Ziming burst into laughter when she heard that. Li Lingtian could only remain speechless and embarrassed. He also understood what Tang Ziming meant. If his sister was not married, she would not mind her sister marrying him. When he thought of the two beautiful sisters marrying him, his blood boiled, but he immediately extinguished the thought. He could choose not to interfere with Tang Qingyue's marriage. Even in Eastern Spirit Azure Continent, not many people would dare to interfere, let alone a warrior spirit disciple like him. Little girl, what did you say? Tang Qingyue blushed and glared at Tang Ziming. The couple felt happy and harmonious. Tang Zicheng and his wife wanted to laugh, but as elders, they had to pay attention to their image. Chapter 116. Emperor Grade Spirit Tool. He did not expect that this heaven-defying monster would actually have someone he was afraid of. They understood that this was not fear but a form of etiquette, a gentleman's etiquette. This proved that Li Lingtian was not a fickle youth. Otherwise, he would not be afraid of Tang Qingyue. Time passed very quickly. The first round of the competition had ended, and the ordinary martial artists had been eliminated. Originally, there were 938 martial artists participating in the competition, but now there were only 479 martial artists left. Now, half of the 479 martial artists would be eliminated. After the second round, there would be no more competition for today. The second round of the competition begins. Number 1. Han Ziming. Number 671. Zhao Ning. Bai Ping shouted loudly. Every time the martial artists at the front competed, there was basically nothing to watch because the martial artists at the front were the most powerful and the ones at the back were the worst. Similarly, just like the first round of the competition, the first 4 sects basically did not eliminate anyone, and the top 10 families did not eliminate many. Soon, it was Li Lingtian's turn to compete. Li Lingtian's appearance brought cheers to the square. In the first round, he defeated a Tier 5 Martial King with 1 strike. In the second round, he also defeated a Tier 5 Martial King with 1 Ice Soul Divine Fist. It was easy. After the second round, Li Lingtian, Li Xuefeng, and his wife excused themselves. Tang Ziming and Tang Qingyue, Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping, as well as Tang Qingyue's maid, Xiao Lingling, also left the stairs. Li Lingtian's opponent was not a warrior on the spot but a powerhouse from the previous prodigy role. The competition here was only to fight for a spot in the last prodigy role battle. Moreover, the 4 great sects and the 10 great families each had a super genius who had not made a move. Since they would only fight on the fourth day, Li Lingtian would not be in the mood to pay attention to them if they did not fight. As they left the plaza, countless warriors greeted Li Lingtian, who nodded in return. It took Li Lingtian and the others a full 10 minutes to leave the plaza. Big brother Lingtian, where are we going to play? Tang Ziming held onto Li Lingtian's arm as she raised her head and asked in a coquettish voice. The competition this time had nothing to do with her. She was only concerned about Li Lingtian's victory and her being together with him. I heard that there's a newly opened market in the Eastern District. Let's go there and see if there's anything good there. Sister Blue Moon, do you want to go? Li Lingtian realized that there was nothing he could do now. With Tang Ziming by his side, it was impossible for him to do anything even if he wanted to. After saying that, he looked at Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue followed him out. He had to ask about the market with Tang Ziming. Of course I'm going. Are you trying to trick my sister? Tang Qingyue was stunned. This kid actually treated her as an outsider. She was slightly angry. Lure Meng Meng away? Meng Meng is my fiancé. Li Lingtian was stunned. This was an excuse, a blatant excuse. Tang Ziming was his fiancé. Why would he lie to her? He cursed himself in his heart. TM such a bitch. Why did one ask Tang Qingyue for no reason? Now that I have Tang Qingyue by my side, will I still be natural? However, he did not show any emotion on his face. He then brought Tang Ziming and her sister towards the east side of the city. It was still early, and they could not enjoy the scenery outside by taking the beast carriage. Li Xiaoxiao and the other two followed behind him, chatting and laughing. They understood what was going on when they saw Li Lingtian's unnatural expression. Tang Ziming held Li Lingtian's hand while Tang Qingyue stood on his other side. Among the 5 beauties, Li Lingtian was the only young man who was enviable. He knew his own suffering, but Li Lingtian felt both bitterness and sweetness in his heart. It was only 100 miles from the square to the city square in the eastern part of the city. They were all warriors, and the 3 maids were tier 5 warriors and above. This distance was nothing. After an hour, they finally arrived at the market called Tianming. The market occupied a large area, and there were countless martial artists trading inside. In the past, he had always regarded the market as very mysterious. However, after he had been to the market a few times, he had a very appropriate description of the market. The market was just like the wet market. It was even noisier and more chaotic than the wet market. There were items placed by warriors everywhere. They used a piece of beast skin to place the items they wanted to sell on top of the beast skin. It was the same everywhere. When Li Lingtian and the others arrived, they were all smiling with malicious eyes. A young man accompanied by several beautiful girls. Wouldn't that make people go crazy? Young master, this is 100-year-old flavescent ginseng. It only costs 300 spirit stones. Take a look and see if you need anything. Miss, this is an accessory for a supreme-grade spirit weapon. It's very cheap. Countless warriors were promoting their items, but Li Lingtian and the others only passed by them in a flash. They did not even notice anything. The few of them strolled around for a full half an hour. They had explored the entire market, but there was nothing good. Although there were some rare herbs, spirit weapons, and even profound weapons, Li Lingtian was not interested in any of them. At that moment, Li Lingtian noticed that a group of people were discussing animatedly. This is a monarch-level spirit weapon. The price is 200,000. A loud voice was heard and Li Lingtian was stunned. It was an imperial spiritual weapon. Wasn't this nonsense? An imperial level was an imperial level. How could there be an imperial-level spirit weapon? He was extremely curious. If there really was a spirit weapon of the imperial level, then it would be a huge hit. A spirit weapon of the imperial level was equivalent to a profound weapon and was suitable for martial artists and martial spirits to use. This was because very few warriors and warrior spirits used profound armaments. The main reason was that their cultivation was not high enough to control profound armaments. If there was a monarch-level spiritual weapon, it would be the same as a warrior using a profound armament. Upon hearing the voice, Li Lingtian strolled forward while Tang Qingyue and the others followed suit. Although they were rich young ladies, they rarely came out to play. Naturally, they were very curious. Now that there was such an opportunity, they naturally wouldn't miss it. What is it? A monarch-grade spirit weapon? That's impossible, right? Even if there's a monarch-grade spirit weapon, it wouldn't be worth 200,000. Those who can take out 200,000 are already warrior spirits and martial kings. Who would still use a spirit weapon? Don't cheat people anymore. No one wants you to be this weapon. Some warriors were discussing animatedly. Indeed, even if a martial king expert had money, they would not buy a spirit weapon. They would only buy profound armaments to strengthen themselves. What do you know? You can buy this emperor-grade spirit weapon for your disciples to use. The loud voice sounded again. There was not much rebuttal to the discussions of the other martial artists because what these martial artists said was the truth. Let me see. Li Lingtian walked up to the warriors and saw some herbs and weapons on the ground. Most of them were materials for refining. Chapter 117. Young Master Tianmu. There was also a green long sword. The green long sword was emitting a dense spirit weapon. This spirit weapon had reached the peak of peerless grade. No wonder it was called an emperor-grade spirit weapon. Sir, please take a look. The owner of the long sword was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His entire body emitted a unique aura that was somewhat similar to this long sword. Li Lingtian was shocked. To be able to refine an imperial spirit weapon was truly heaven-defying. He was an alchemist, so he had an understanding of his own aura and medicinal pills. It was not difficult to imagine that this spirit weapon longsword was refined by this middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was pleased to see that someone was interested in the long sword. However, he could not help but feel disappointed when he saw that Li Lingtian was only a warrior spirit. How many spirit stones? One want it. Li Lingtian used his divine consciousness to wipe the aura from the sword. He was extremely satisfied with the quality of the sword. It was definitely an imperial spiritual weapon. He did not need a spiritual weapon, but Tang Ziming could use it. With Tang Ziming's cultivation, she could use this spiritual weapon for a period of time. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man had a smile on his face. He did not know if this youth would take out 200,000 yuan. If he had 200,000 yuan, he could buy some good materials and refine better spirit weapons. He might even be able to refine profound-level weapons. All right, deal. Li Lingtian nodded. It was worth it to buy a spiritual weapon for 200,000. The main point was that this spiritual weapon was for Tang Ziming, so it was worth it no matter how many spiritual stones it cost. Slow down. This young master wants this spirit tool. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Everyone looked at the owner of the voice and saw an elegant young man walking over. The young man looked 24 or 25 years old, and he had a smile on his face. He looked extremely carefree, and he was definitely an existence that could charm thousands of women in the world. However, Li Lingtian was delighted to see that the girls around him did not show any sign of emotion as if they had just seen a stranger on the roadside. No man wanted to see the woman beside him attracted to another man. He was a man, so naturally it was the same. Tang Qingyue, his fiancée, and even the three maids did not look at the young man. However, the young man in blue was attracted by Tang Qingyue and Tang Ziming's beauty. He walked up with a confident smile on his face. Isn't this Blue Moon? Is this Sister Tang Ziming? The young man acted as if he was familiar with them as he stared at Tang Qingyue and Tang Ziming, completely ignoring Li Lingtian. You didn't call Blue Moon by her name. I'm not your sister. Tang Qingyue and Tang Ziming spoke at the same time, causing the young man to feel awkward. He didn't expect two peerless beauties to reject him. This was the first time a girl had rejected him. Young Master Tianmu, it's Young Master Tianmu. The Young Master Tianmu of the 6 Great Young Masters. Someone recognized this young man. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. This young man was one of the 6 young masters on the prodigy roll. Everyone was fooled by the appearance of young Master Tianmu. Young Master Tianmu had been famous for more than 10 years. He was a rank 5 martial arts grandmaster and was almost 40 years old. However, his cultivation was deep and he became a martial arts grandmaster at the age of 25 or 26. Therefore, his appearance was fixed at the age of 25 or 26. This young master wants this spirit tool. Does Blue Moon want it, or does Sister Tang Ziming want it? Young Master Tianmu's skin was even thicker than his. He actually had the cheek to call Tang Ziming his sister. This spirit weapon was bought by my big brother Ling Tian first. I'll say it again, don't try to curry favor here. Tang Ziming was direct and did not give young Master Tianmu any face at all. Her brother Ling Tian was the one who bid first, so there was no need for young Master Tianmu to fawn over her. This must be the heir of Marquis Ping Bei, who has become famous recently. I want this spirit weapon. This young master can give you 3 times the price. You can earn 400,000 with just a resell. Isn't that a good thing? Young Master Tianmu then turned to look at Li Lingtian. However, when he saw Tang Ziming's little hand holding Li Lingtian's arm, a murderous intent surged in his heart. The woman he had set his eyes on was actually holding another young man. However, he still looked like a modest gentleman and raised the price. This way, he could show off his strength and gain the favor of the beauty. He would not let go of the opportunity to insult the youth in front of him. Young Master Tianmu, right? You are young Master Tianmu. Li Lingtian looked surprised and exaggerated as if he had just met his idol. Young Master Tianmu felt extremely pleased. The other cultivators all had looks of disdain on their faces. Seeing young Master Tianmu, even his own girl was being hit on by someone else, yet he still looked so worshipful. Tang Qingyue was stunned as well. She did not know what was going on. Li Lingtian did not have to do this, did he? Only Tang Ziming, Qingping, and Li Xiaoxiao knew that Li Lingtian was putting on an act. The 3 ladies were all excited as they cooperated with Li Lingtian's act. They wanted to see the expression on young Master Tianmu's face. No one in Sky Dragon City would dare to make a move. Furthermore, Li Lingtian's strength was extremely profound and they were full of confidence in him. That's right, this young master is young Master Tianmu. It's good that you know this young master. And it's still 3 times the price. One want this spiritual weapon. Young Master Tianmu had an arrogant look on his face. He then glanced at Tang Qingyue and Tang Ziming as if he was showing off. It's really young Master Tianmu. You motherfucker. I really don't believe that the 6 young masters are so trash. If they were all like you, I would be so fucking unlucky to have met such trash like you. What 6 great young masters? You're fucking insulting the reputation of the 6 great young masters. Look at yourself. You're like a pig's head. I thought you were some good bird. 1 foot 11 inches give you 10 times the spirit stones. I'll smash your mother to death. Get out of here and don't insult my sight. At first, Li Lingtian was calm as if he was in awe. Young Master Tianmu's face was still smug, but as he listened to the rest, his face turned green and purple. Everyone was stunned. So this young man was toying with young Master Tianmu. He even dared to curse young Master Tianmu. If young Master Tianmu was trash, then who in this world wasn't trash? Silence. Silence. Everyone in the market knew about what had happened, but they were shocked by Li Lingtian's words. Unforgivable. You're courting death. How dare you insult me? 1 foot 11 inches fucking tear you apart. Young Master Tianmu's expression changed drastically. So this young man had been insulting him all this while. He actually treated the insult as someone else's worship of him. How fucking embarrassing. Chapter 118. Robbing 20 million. How could he tolerate such a thing? He could no longer care about his image as he cursed out loud. The aura around his body surged as if he was going to tear Li Lingtian apart. Boom! A shocking pressure covered the entire market. A 5th-level martial arts grandmaster super genius. A top-notch expert on the prodigy role. This kind of pressure after being exposed made everyone unable to withstand it and were all suppressed. Li Lingtian continued to resist the pressure, but the smile on his face did not fade. A faint aura enveloped Tang Qingyue and the others so that they would not be crushed by the pressure of the martial arts grandmaster powerhouse. "Fuck, do you want to fight?" Li Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. He looked at young Master Tianmu's coercion with disdain as if he was watching a monkey's trick. This situation rendered everyone speechless and infuriated young Master Tianmu even more. The other party had already displayed a shocking pressure and wanted to tear him apart after being furious, but he said that the other party did not want to fight. What kind of quality was this? "Damn it, if I don't tear you into pieces today, I'm not young Master Tianmu." Young Master Tianmu was so angry that he almost spat out blood. How could he have encountered such a supreme treasure? The more he was like this, the more powerful the aura around him became. All the warriors were extremely afraid. A genius on the prodigy roll could kill everyone here with a casual attack. Even if they were killed, they would die in vain. Tang Qingyue was also shocked. What shocked her even more was Li Lingtian's aura. Although it was not strong, it was able to withstand his opponent's pressure. "You like to fight, huh? Then I'll grant your wish. I'll see if you have the face to call me young Master Tianmu in the future." Li Lingtian said calmly as his eyes flashed. He released his divine consciousness and the space trembled. A shocking pressure burst forth. The presence of the demonic power immediately suppressed the atmosphere in the market. Multicolored beast. A 4th tier, 4th level multicolored beast. There's a tier 4 multicolored beast. No wonder he's so fearless. A tall demonic beast appeared in the market. All the warriors were shocked. Young Master Tianmu was also stunned. A 4th tier demonic beast was terrifying. However, he was confident that he could kill this demonic beast. The killing intent on his face became even stronger because he would have a powerful combat partner now. Good. I didn't expect there to be a 4th tier demonic beast. This young master will subdue it first before dealing with you. Young Master Tianmu looked at the big multicolored beast with excitement in his eyes. His evil gaze swept across Tang Ziming and Tang Qingyue. "You're still trying to act cool even in death. Let's see how you're going to act cool." Li Lingtian's expression was calm as a faint smile appeared on his lips. He released his divine consciousness and the space fluctuated once again. Scared. There was an uproar. Everyone was stunned. Another huge demonic beast appeared in the market. This time, it was a 4th tier, 7th tier jade-eyed beast. A 4th tier, 7th tier blue-eyed beast was equivalent to a 7th tier martial arts grandmaster, and it had even surpassed that. Jade-eyed beast, 4th step 7th rank jade-eyed beast. What a powerful aura. How can he have 2 tier 4 demonic beasts at once? All the warriors were shocked. Even Tang Ziming and her sister were shocked by Li Lingtian's many tricks. In the divine martial continent, it was considered a luxury for a warrior to have a demonic beast as a combat partner. Moreover, they had to sign a contract with the demonic beast. Each warrior could only sign a contract with one demonic beast. However, not only did Li Lingtian have a tier 4 mystical beast in the warrior spirit stage, he had also brought out 2 tier 4 mystical beasts. Young Master Tianmu's expression froze for a moment before it turned terrifying. This 4th order, 7th grade demonic beast was no ordinary demonic beast. It was much stronger than other demonic beasts. Even if he risked his life, he would not be a match for this grade 7 demonic beast, not to mention that there was a multicolored beast eyeing him covetously. Although he was a tier 5 martial arts grandmaster and a super expert on the prodigy roll, he could not bear to face 2 tier 4 demonic beasts at the same time. Moreover, he was going to accept the challenge in the next 2 days. If he was injured, it would definitely be disadvantageous to him. For a moment, he hesitated. If he didn't make a move, he would lose face. If he were to make a move, he did not have much confidence. Even if he killed the 2 demonic beasts, he would still be heavily injured. It was already impossible for him to protect the prodigy roll. Young Master Tianmu, how is it? Why aren't you making a move? Li Lingtian smiled as he looked at young Master Tianmu. The latter's expression turned even uglier. He had just boasted shamelessly about tearing Li Lingtian apart, but now, he was in a difficult position. Li Lingtian, right? You're amazing today. If you're so capable, go to the arena. Young Master Tianmu's expression kept changing. In the end, he was still thick-skinned enough to show off. Suddenly, all the warriors felt how shameless he was. The 6 young masters' faces were all thrown away by him alone. Arena? Do you have the guts to go up? That I'm in a good mood today. You can get lost. Li Lingtian looked at the warriors around him. It would not do him any good if this continued. Besides, the 6 young masters were all Sky Dragon Empire super geniuses with strong backers. He would kill them in the arena when the time came. Humph, Ben. Young Master Tianmu snorted coldly and was about to leave. He wanted to call him young master, but thinking of what he had just said, it would be a slap to his face if he called him young master. After saying one word, he stopped. All the cultivators were stunned and couldn't help but laugh. This made young Master Tianmu even more miserable. Didn't you want to give this spirit tool to my woman? I'll give you a chance to buy it for 100 times. When Li Lingtian saw that young Master Tianmu was about to leave, he shouted to stop him. However, everyone was stunned when they heard his words. At first, young Master Tianmu addressed him as young master, which was a slap to Li Lingtian's face. Back then, Li Lingtian addressed him as your father, but now that young Master Tianmu dared not address him as young master, Li Lingtian addressed him as young master. 100 times. 20 million. All the cultivators present were shocked. A monarch-grade spirit weapon cost 20 million? Wasn't this robbing young Master Tianmu? They looked at young Master Tianmu and Li Lingtian in amusement. Young Master Tianmu's face was filled with rage and he was on the verge of tearing Li Lingtian apart. Chapter 119. Assassination. However, with 2 powerful demonic beasts eyeing him covetously, how could he still dare to lose face? He could only admit it. 20 million. Here you go. It's best if you don't meet me in the arena. Young Master Tianmu took out 20 million low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. His heart ached. This 20 million was all he had. He was here to find a treasure, but now he was robbed like this. He took out the spirit stones, turned around, and left. He came with great momentum and left miserably, looking extremely miserable. Meng, 1 foot 11 inches, let you use this spiritual weapon for a while. I'll give you a profound level weapon when the time comes. Li Lingtian took out 200,000 spiritual stones and handed it to the owner of the spiritual weapon before handing it to Tang Ziming. Thank you, big brother Lingtian. Tang Ziming happily accepted the spirit weapon and kept it like a treasure. Everything Li Lingtian gave her was the best. Yes. The air trembled. The multicolored beast and the jade-eyed beast had already disappeared into the divine dragon ring. The oppressive demonic aura here also slowly dissipated. The pressure on all the martial artists disappeared as well, and their faces turned pale. This young noble Lingtian was indeed overbearing. Even young noble Tianmu of the 6 young noble families was covered in dirt. He was robbed of 20 million spirit stones. Even a super family or sect might not make that much profit in a year. However, in front of Li Lingtian, he had taken away 20 million in just a minute. Subsequently, Li Lingtian and the others left the market under envious gazes. Li Lingtian's reputation had grown even more. Even young Master Tianmu, one of the 6 young masters, had been fooled by him. The few of them strolled along the street until the sky darkened before they prepared to go back. Meng, 1 foot 11 inches, go back first. Sister Qingyue, Meng, see you tomorrow. After Li Lingtian sent the 2 sisters to the Tang family mansion, he bade them farewell and led Li Xiaoxiao toward the Marquis mansion. The 2 sisters watched as Li Lingtian disappeared before entering the mansion. They were shocked by Li Lingtian's methods. Young master, you've offended that young Master Tianmu. You have to be careful. You're not allowed to use demonic beasts to fight in the arena. Li Xiaoxiao said earnestly as she walked beside Li Lingtian. Their relationship was more like brother and sister rather than master and servant. In the marquisdom, Qin Susu treated Li Xiaoxiao as if she was her own daughter. In the past, Li Xiaoxiao was always with Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's consolation was also her greatest concern. She had witnessed Li Lingtian's sky-turning palm at the mountaintop and learned a little about Li Lingtian's abilities. But what kind of people were the 6 young masters? They were all heaven-defying experts. It could be said that there were very few people below the martial emperor realm who could match them. It's fine. He's just a tier 5 martial arts grandmaster. He'll be lucky if he doesn't meet me. Otherwise, I'll make him regret ever coming to this world. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone as his body exuded a powerful aura. He had even killed the martial emperor wind demon he had encountered previously, let alone a martial grandmaster. Although he had only forcefully used the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, if he really provoked him, there was no harm in using it again. The two of them walked at a moderate pace. The Tang clan was still over 30 li away from the Marquis Manor, but the two of them did not use a beast carriage. It was as if they were taking a stroll. The sky had completely darkened, and there were fewer and fewer people on the streets. Only the restaurants and fireworks were still brightly lit. At that moment, Li Lingtian frowned. Murderous intent surged in his heart, but his expression remained calm. Then, he secretly calculated in his heart and brought Li Xiaoxiao to a more remote street. Li Xiaoxiao was also puzzled. Half an hour later, the street that Li Lingtian chose was deserted. The entire street was quiet. Moreover, there was also an oppressive aura that seemed extremely bleak. Seeing such a situation, Li Xiaoxiao also felt afraid. Girls were naturally afraid of the dark, and on such a quiet street, it was a dark and windy night. As a young girl, she was naturally extremely afraid. Her little hand tugged at Li Lingtian's sleeve unconsciously. Like a little bird, she followed Li Lingtian closely. "Come out. Aren't you tired after following me for so long?" Li Lingtian stopped in his tracks with a calm expression on his face. It was as if he had eyes behind him that allowed him to see the situation behind him clearly. 6 figures shot out from the sky and arrived 50 meters behind Li Lingtian in an instant. Among the 6 black-clothed and masked warriors, 5 were Tier 3 martial arts grandmasters while the last one was a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster. The man came behind Li Lingtian and pressed down on him with his aura without any hesitation. "Hand over the ice and fire ring and I'll give you a quick death," the Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster said coldly. However, his hands did not stop. One by one, strange and mysterious seals were executed. The other 5 martial arts grandmasters also cooperated seamlessly. The entire street was on the verge of exploding. All the people in the pavilions and palaces felt this destructive aura, but no one dared to come out and investigate. In the sky, destructive forces gathered together. As long as Li Lingtian made a move, he would be met with a devastating blow. "Ice and fire ring, do you want it?" But it depends on whether you have the ability. I brought you here, so I have the confidence to kill you," Li Lingtian said coldly. He had noticed that someone was following them from the start, but he did not expect a Tier 6 warrior ascendant. However, he did not regret it at all. If he did not lure these people out, he would be in trouble if he sneaked an attack. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. He would rather face a direct attack from a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse than be ambushed by a warrior spirit disciple. With that said, he activated his divine consciousness and the space fluctuated. A tall multicolored beast and a jade-eyed beast appeared before Li Lingtian, their bodies exuding an astonishing demonic power. There was also a snow-white rabbit in Li Lingtian's arms. Li Lingtian handed Little White to Li Xiaoxiao. Little White's defense and strength were enough to withstand the sneak attacks of these martial arts grandmasters. As long as the jade-eyed beast could restrain a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster and the multicolored beast could restrain a martial arts grandmaster, he would not be afraid of the other martial arts grandmasters. 4th-ranked demonic beast. The few martial arts grandmasters were shocked. Although they could not see their expressions, they could tell from their voices that the warriors were surprised. It was obvious that they did not know Li Lingtian had a mystical beast. "Let's do it. Let's end this quickly," Kill him, take the ice and fire ring, and leave Sky Dragon City in case the Imperial family comes. The Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster was shocked as well. With that said, he clapped his hand and a shocking attack was hurled at Li Lingtian. The force tore through space and arrived before Li Lingtian in the blink of an eye. Chapter 120. The Power of Heaven and Earth. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, the jade-eyed beast's huge claws met the attack fiercely. Instantly, the rank 6 martial arts grandmaster and the jade-eyed beast fought fiercely. The other Wu Zongs attacked Li Lingtian at the same time. 5 powerful attacks came at him with a tearing sound. Bang! The multicolored beast leaped forward and pounced on the 5 martial arts grandmasters. Li Lingtian remained motionless as he unleashed an Ice Vitality Divine Fist. Instantly, a shocking cold air burst out. A huge glacier appeared on the street, and the air froze. Rumble! Crash! The multicolored beast blocked 1 martial arts grandmaster expert while the attacks of the other 4 martial arts grandmaster experts struck the glacier. The glacier shattered into pieces and disappeared on the ground. Heaven and earth burning. At the same time, Li Lingtian knew that the Ice Vitality Divine Fist could not withstand the attacks of these grandmasters. He immediately unleashed Heaven and Earth Conflagration. One was ice and the other was fire. 2 completely different martial soul attributes appeared on Li Lingtian's body. A raging flame with a radius of 100 meters appeared in front of Li Lingtian and pressed down on the warrior ascendant powerhouse. Shield of Invincibility. Heaven-shaking Divine Fist. Exploding Heavenly Shield. 9 Emperor's Finger. The Rock of Earth. The 4 martial arts grandmaster powerhouses were extremely shocked when they saw the earth-shattering flames. This attack was actually an Earth rank skill. Weren't Earth rank skills only cultivated by martial artists who were martial kings and above? How did it appear on a warrior spirit disciple? However, there was no time for them to be shocked. If they were not on guard, they would be killed by this flame. He circulated the true essence in his entire body to the limit and displayed his strongest defense. Rumble! Rumble! The shocking heaven and earth conflagration collided with the 4 powerful defenses, creating a shocking explosion. Immediately, countless experts in Sky Dragon City were alarmed. They were all shocked when they felt the shocking tremors. They did not expect that there would be a super martial arts grandmaster fighting in Sky Dragon City. Dang dang dang. Li Lingtian took a few steps back and the heaven and earth burning flames vanished. The 4 martial arts grandmaster powerhouses were charred on the outside and tender on the inside as if they had been struck by lightning. At this moment, the 4 martial arts grandmasters did not look like martial arts grandmasters at all. They were completely like a difficult person to deal with. In the other 2 areas, the multicolored beast was already suppressing a rank 3 martial arts grandmaster, while the jade-eyed beast was also fighting a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster. Hurry up and do it. Someone is coming. The Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster also noticed the situation here and ordered loudly. If they were discovered by the people of Sky Dragon City, they would not be able to leave. Heaven and earth will collapse. Go to hell. Li Lingtian's fist landed on the bluestone street. Immediately, a destructive aura surged toward the 4 martial arts grandmaster powerhouses. If it was just a Tier 3 martial arts grandmaster, he could definitely kill him. However, if 4 Tier 4 martial arts grandmasters joined forces, he would not be able to do anything at the moment. Rumble! Rumble! Another explosion sounded. The 4 martial arts grandmasters kept attacking to deal with the earth-shattering attack. They were extremely shocked. Was this youth still human? There were countless earth-rank skills, and his cultivation was extremely deep. It had already surpassed the realm of warrior spirits and even the realm of warrior kings. Even the cultivation of martial grandmasters was so deep. Heavenly Slash. Violent Flame Saber. Heaven Destroying Finger. 9 Heaven's Tyrant Heaven Technique. Taking advantage of Li Lingtian's attack, the 4 martial arts grandmaster powerhouses unleashed their most powerful attacks. They wanted to kill Li Lingtian in one blow and snatch Li Lingtian's storage pouch. Li Xiaoxiao retreated to the side as she watched the battle between the martial arts grandmaster and Li Lingtian in horror. She was shocked that her young master's strength was too terrifying. What made her even more surprised was that the snow-white rabbit in her arms actually emitted a strange aura that enveloped her. She actually could not feel the pressure of a martial arts grandmaster outside at all. Heaven flipping seal, earth force. Li Lingtian said coldly. His aura suddenly changed and became ethereal as if he had merged with the world. His right hand continued to move. Every time he moved, the power between heaven and earth became stronger. Instantly, countless experts from Sky Dragon City rushed over. Not good, quickly separate. Seeing the giant palm in the sky gather, the few martial arts grandmasters were shocked to death. Although this palm was an earth-grade skill, it had already come into contact with the power of heaven and earth. They did not dare to easily block it. It's not that easy to leave. Li Lingtian's hand seals moved quickly and the power in the sky grew stronger. A 10-meter-long hand seal grew larger and larger. Countless warriors in Sky Dragon City saw this hand seal and felt the pressure between heaven and earth. Die! Rumble! With a shocking explosion, the huge palm print smashed down fiercely. The four martial artists revealed a look of despair and used all the true qi in their bodies, hoping to resist this attack. However, he was disappointed that the power that he used to be proud of had become so insignificant in front of this hand seal. There was not the slightest scream. For martial arts grandmasters fell, and a shocking spiritual energy burst out. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd, exterminate. Li Lingtian did not want anyone else to watch him in the middle of his battle. After he had finished casting the sky-turning palm, he unleashed the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd. He transformed into a gust of wind and the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd, which was accompanied by a shocking dragon energy, attacked the Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster. Heaven and Earth Energy. The Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster powerhouse was suppressed by the Jade-Eyed Beast. His divine consciousness was also on Li Lingtian's side. He did not expect Li Lingtian to kill 4 martial arts grandmasters in one blow. He had the intention to retreat. However, at this moment, a destructive aura blasted over. He was attacked from both front and back, so he could only use the forbidden technique of a martial arts grandmaster to block it. A martial arts grandmaster's forbidden technique defense was something that a martial arts grandmaster could not break through. However, when the Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster saw his brother controlling the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd, his eyes revealed a look of confusion, followed by despair, and finally, his eyes turned ashen. He did not know how his defense was broken by a warrior spirit until his death, but no one told him why. Die! Li Lingtian did not stop after killing a Tier 6 warrior ascendant. He moved his body and unleashed his Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd at the remaining Tier 3 warrior ascendant. The Emerald-Eyed Beast and Multicolored Beast also attacked the warrior ascendant. Without any suspense, the battle ended with a single strike. 5 Rank 3 martial arts grandmasters and 1 Rank 6 martial arts grandmaster were killed in less than a minute. Let's go! Li Lingtian's body flashed as he quickly collected the storage pouches and weapons of the grandmasters. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he stored the Jade-Eyed Beast and Multicolored Beast into the divine dragon ring. He stretched out his hand and pulled Li Xiaoxiao. His body flashed quickly, turning into a breeze and flying towards the end of the street. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the night. Chapter 121. Purple Jade Token. Appearance. Swoosh 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 swoosh, dot swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as Li Lingtian and his companion disappeared at the end of the street, dozens of powerhouses flew over. They were shocked when they saw the situation on the street. Immediately after, countless cultivators flew over, all of them looking at the destruction caused by the battle in shock. What kind of power could destroy the Bluestone Street to such an extent? That aura just now is the same as the Ice Martial Soul at the city gate. And that handprint. I've seen it at the peak of the Cloud Dragon stream. Could it be that that person is fighting here? What a fast speed. He finished the battle in such a short time. The timing is so precise. Instantly, Countless warriors began to discuss among themselves. Their target was Li Lingtian because the aura had appeared on Li Lingtian before. "Till go and see who these people are. They dare to cause trouble in Sky Dragon City." Nangong Wudi's expression was uncertain. As a member of the royal family, someone actually caused trouble in the imperial city. Wasn't this looking down on the dynasty? With a flash, he landed on the 6 corpses below. At this moment, he did not have the slightest bit of worry because the 6 corpses no longer had any vitality. However, when they discovered the 6 corpses, their expressions changed drastically, and they were completely stunned. "Your Highness, who is this person? What is his cultivation level? He actually caused such a scene on the street. What's going on?" A 4th-level martial arts grandmaster asked, puzzled by Nangong Wudi's situation. The other warriors looked at Nangong Wudi curiously. 5 3rd-tier martial arts grandmasters and 1 6th-tier martial arts grandmaster. Nangong Wudi was shocked. Even he would be killed in the blink of an eye if he were to face these few people. However, these martial arts grandmasters, such a combination, were easily killed. What? They are all Wu Zongs. 5 Tier 3 martial arts grandmasters and 1 Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster died just like that. For a moment, all the martial artists were stunned. A rank 3 martial arts grandmaster and a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster had actually been killed. In their opinion, it should be a battle between first-level martial arts grandmasters. They had only used some kind of heaven-defying forbidden technique. However, they did not expect it to be 5 third-level martial arts grandmasters and 1 6th-level martial arts grandmaster. Following that, more than 10 martial arts grandmasters flew down and arrived at the place where the battle was taking place. Their eyes were filled with shock. From the traces of the battle, these 4 rank 3 martial arts grandmasters were killed in one strike. The rank 6 martial arts grandmasters were also killed in one strike. This rank 4 martial arts grandmaster was killed by 3 attacks. There's a strong demonic aura now. It should be the pet of the warrior who left. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in Sky Dragon City. Nangong Wudi began to analyze the situation. He tried to reconstruct the situation and found that it was somewhat similar. "Wang Ye, look at this." Duanmu Yu took a token from a martial arts grandmaster and his expression kept changing. "Purple Jade token. Could it be someone from the Purple Jade Palace? What are they doing here?" Nangong Wudi took the token, and his expression turned ugly. He recognized this token as well. It was the token of the Purple Jade Palace. The Purple Jade Palace was a legendary power. Compared to the Purple Jade Palace, the strength of the Eastern Spirit Azure continent was like an ant compared to an elephant. Not to mention Sky Dragon Empire, even the super hermit of Eastern Spirit Azure continent did not dare to provoke him. In Purple Jade Palace, martial grandmasters were like ants, martial emperors were everywhere, and there were countless martial honors. There were even martial emperors. The expressions on everyone's faces changed. They didn't want to be dragged in by themselves. However, now that the people of the Purple Jade Palace had died here, things weren't easy to resolve. "Everyone, don't worry." The people from Purple Jade Palace came to Sky Dragon Empire to cause trouble. They asked for it. Moreover, there are special rules between the Saint Realm and the Immortal Realm. We are in the right for strict martial artists to cross the border to cause trouble. One don't believe that they would dare to brazenly come to Eastern Spirit Azure continent to cause trouble. If they dared to cause trouble, they wouldn't have covered their faces and wouldn't have sneaked around. Nangong Wudi said seriously. The Purple Jade Palace was no longer something they could interfere with. What they were most worried about was the person who had killed these experts. For a moment, countless martial artists were secretly guessing who the person who had just left was. Countless warriors were suspicious of Li Lingtian, but they could not believe that a warrior spirit could kill several martial arts grandmasters in a short period of time. Even if they suspected Li Lingtian, they did not dare to voice it out in fear of the Purple Jade Palace's pressure and the danger of provoking Li Lingtian. Soon, all the warriors dispersed, but everyone was worried. Li Lingtian brought Li Xiaoxiao along as they sprinted. After they left the battlefield, they dropped Li Xiaoxiao off at a crowded place. Li Xiaoxiao's face was flushed red. She did not expect to be half-carried by Li Lingtian as they flew. Half-carried, her entire body was practically being carried by Li Lingtian. Although she knew that the situation was dire and Li Lingtian did not mean it, she felt her entire body melting in his warm embrace. Xiaobai returned to Li Lingtian's arms and the two of them walked toward the marquisdom as if nothing had happened. By the time they returned to the marquisdom, Li Suifeng and the rest were already resting. Li Lingtian also returned to his room to rest. Li Xiaoxiao's room was also Li Lingtian's courtyard and their rooms were next to each other. This was the most basic thing for a maid as she could be summoned by her master at any time. In the room, Li Lingtian was meditating to regulate his breathing. Thinking of the battle earlier, he was able to use a few of his skills at will and his strength had increased significantly. It was also much easier to use Earth-tier skills. With his strength, if he was serious, he could still deal with a 5th-tier martial arts grandmaster. As for the other martial arts grandmasters below the 5th rank, as long as they were not super freaks, he did not care at all. However, he did not think that he could easily kill a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster because killing a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster was just a sneak attack. The Level 4, Level 7 Jade-Eyed Beast had already suppressed the Level 6 martial arts grandmaster. He relied on the dragon energy and dominance of the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd to successfully attack the Level 6 martial arts grandmaster. If it was a normal one-on-one battle, he would not have any hope of facing a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster unless he used the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber. After cultivating for 3 large cycles and familiarizing himself with the various skills, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. However, it was destined that countless experts would not be able to sleep that night, while he, the main character, was sleeping soundly. During the competition in Sky Dragon City, there was actually a battle between martial arts grandmasters, and it was an outsider. Fortunately, these few powerful martial arts grandmasters were killed. However, killing martial arts grandmasters became a headache. Based on the strength of the divine martial continent, even they would not be able to achieve such a combination. After becoming a martial arts grandmaster, it was rare for one to be killed. Even if one could not defeat them, one could still escape. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for a martial arts grandmaster to kill an opponent when there was a difference of 2 minor realms between them. This was because a martial arts grandmaster's cultivation was low. If he could not defeat an opponent, he could escape in time. Now, 6 martial arts grandmasters had come and were actually killed in a short period of time. How powerful must one be to be able to do this at such a speed? Chapter 122. Fighting Wen Tianqing. Early the next morning, the Heavenly Dragon Square was already packed with people because the later the competition, the more intense it would be. The later battles were the most exciting. Although the second day was also an elimination round, only 240 people remained on the first day. The remaining 240 people were all existences above rank 8 Martial King. There were only a few who had a lower cultivation base. Those like Li Lingtian and Lu Yi were just an exception. A Martial Numinous Realm disciple had actually made it into the 3rd round. Even so, no one thought that it was luck. It was a victory that was based on true strength, especially Li Lingtian. He had defeated his opponent in one move in both matches. In Sky Dragon City, countless bets were placed to see which sect or family would have more chances of entering the top 100. There were also people betting on whether Li Lingtian could enter the top 60. This was the strangest bet. By the time Li Lingtian and Li Xiaoxiao arrived at the plaza unhurriedly, almost all the participating warriors had already arrived. The judges and important members on the steps had also arrived. When he arrived, countless warriors cheered. Most of them were young girls. Li Lingtian was a young genius and no one could resist falling for him. Young noble Lingtian is here. Young noble Lingtian will definitely enter the top 60 today. Young noble Lingtian might also become the 7th young noble after the 6th great young noble. Countless warriors were engaged in a heated discussion, but Li Lingtian and Li Xiaoxiao strolled up the stairs. 6 great young masters. Don't talk about the 6 great young masters. Don't you know that young Master Tianmu of the 6 Great Young Masters was defeated by young Master Ling Tian yesterday afternoon? What is it? Young Master Tianmu is a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster and an expert on the prodigy role. How could he be defeated by young Master Ling Tian? That's right. No matter how powerful young Master Ling Tian is, he's only at the martial numinous realm. Young Master Tianmu is a true super expert. You guys don't know, right? Yesterday afternoon, in a market, young noble Ling Tian saw a huge spirit weapon and was prepared to give it to his fiancée. However, young noble Tianmu stepped in, and in the end, young noble Ling Tian scolded young noble Tianmu in front of everyone. In the end a warrior recounted everything that happened to Li Ling Tian in the city square in detail, shocking countless warriors. Fourth rank multicolored beast. There's also a 4th step 7th rank jade-eyed beast. It's indeed heaven-defying. No wonder young Master Tianmu was taken away. It's his bad luck to be robbed of 20 million low-grade spirit stones. What is it? A 4th rank, 7th rank demonic beast? All the warriors were shocked. Young Master Tianmu had been fooled, so who would dare to provoke young Master Ling Tian? However, a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse who was standing far away was shocked when he heard about a Tier 4 Level 7 mystical beast. Based on the time, was it not the time when Li Ling Tian returned to the Marquis Dom after the battle last night? Moreover, there was the aura of a demon beast present, and he had obtained a shocking force of the world. It was too much of a coincidence to say that all of this was a coincidence. A martial arts grandmaster or martial king's divine sense was extremely powerful. Some of the martial arts grandmasters and martial kings on the steps far away were shocked when they heard the discussions of the warriors in the square. They slowly connected the powerhouse who had killed 6 martial arts grandmasters last night with Li Ling Tian. In the hearts of countless super experts, Li Ling Tian had become the main suspect. The Ice Soul Martial Soul, the Tier 4 Class 7 mystical beast, and the Cloud Dragon Stream's force of heaven and earth. All of these had appeared on Li Ling Tian before. Li Ling Tian completely ignored the discussion from afar. There was no need to hide what he had done. After walking up the steps and bowing to Li Xuefeng and his wife, he sat in his seat and waited for the competition to begin. However, he noticed that countless warrior powerhouses greeted him politely with a nod upon his arrival. The commotion shocked even more people. Even some martial arts grandmasters and representatives from the sects and clans were being polite to Li Ling Tian. There must be something they were unaware of. Today, the 3rd round of the elimination round begins. After yesterday's competition, there were 938 participants. As of now, there are only 240 left. Today's competition will eliminate 120 out of 240 people, and 60 out of 120. The top 60 warriors will be rewarded handsomely by the Empire. Now, all the martial artists who want to participate in the competition will be assigned new numbers. Bai Ping saw that all the judges and Nangong Haoming had arrived. After receiving the instructions, he stood up and announced loudly. After the announcement, more than 200 warriors walked up to the arena. Li Ling Tian also walked up to the arena and drew a number 39. When he arrived at the arena, Li Ling Tian felt a sharp gaze on him. Following the gaze, he saw a young man glaring at him viciously. Yang Tianming was the #1 genius of the Yang family. In the past few years, he had been known as the #1 genius of Sky Dragon Empire. He had once fought against the top 3 of the prodigy role. Although no one had won or lost, he dared to fight against someone on the prodigy role. He was naturally not simple. Moreover, Yang Tianming himself was a peak 6th-tier martial arts grandmaster. He cultivated a mysterious cultivation technique and had various magical skills. His strength was extremely deep. Seeing Yang Tianming's gaze, Li Lingtian's face revealed a carefree smile. He had only crippled a few Yang family disciples in Sky Cloud sect. At the same time that Yang Tianming was looking at him, Li Lingtian could feel another pair of eyes staring at him. Li Lingtian's divine perception swept over and a faint smile appeared on his face. Enemies always meet on a narrow road. Wasn't this when Tianqing whom he met at the top of the Cloud Dragon stream? He didn't expect that she would also enter the third round of the competition. At that time, it was best not to meet him. Otherwise, there would be a good show to watch. After drawing their own numbers, the competing warriors returned to their seats. There were quite a few warriors that they hadn't seen yesterday. They were the seed disciples of the top 10 families and the 4 major sections. However, the third round was the crudest start. Naturally, these top geniuses had to be brought out, and their numbers had to be drawn again. This way, it would be difficult to avoid the slaughter between the disciples of their sects and families. No twins. Number 4. Wan Yunling wins. Number 5. Han Ziming wins. Number 9. Lu Yi wins. Number 14. Yang Tianming wins. The competition was quick. Li Lingtian enjoyed the spirit fruits and fragrant tea on the stairs while watching the competition on the stage. As long as it was a martial arts grandmaster versus a martial king, they would almost always win in one strike. Other than Lu Yi, who was a Tier 9 warrior spirit and had defeated a Tier 8 warrior king, there were no other competitions where the winner was a higher tier. This also confirmed the law of the divine dragon continent's realm. If one wanted to challenge someone of a higher realm and win, it was against the heavens. One had to take advantage of the right time, place, and people. One also had to take advantage of weapons, cultivation techniques, skills, physique, martial souls, and talent. Number 39. Li Lingtian. Number 201. Wen Tianqing. After all the warriors in front had finished their matches, Bai Ping called out Li Lingtian's name along with his serial number. The expressions on Li Lingtian and Li Xiaoxiao's faces kept changing when they heard that. Li Suifeng, his wife, and the other powerhouses were also looking at Li Lingtian curiously. This was a contest between warrior spirits and warrior ascendants. They wanted to see how powerful Li Lingtian was, and whether he could defeat a warrior ascendant. Many warriors were puzzled by the changes in Li Lingtian and Li Xiaoxiao's expressions. They thought that Li Lingtian was afraid of the martial arts grandmaster. Chapter 123. Admitting Defeat. 1. At the same time, Wen Tianqing, who was walking onto the arena, also smiled bitterly. How could he be so unlucky to encounter Li Lingtian in the third round? Was he courting death? A few days ago, Li Lingtian had left a shadow in his heart at the peak of Cloud Dragon Stream. Young Noble Lingtian. Young Noble Lingtians. Countless warriors in the plaza cheered. This competition had become the focal point of Li Lingtian's popularity. Tianer? What do you think? Qin Susu looked at Li Lingtian and Li Xiaoxiao's expressions and asked in confusion. She thought that Li Lingtian was having trouble facing a martial arts grandmaster. In fact, in their hearts, no matter how powerful their son was, he would not be a match for a Wu Zong. This was the iron law of the divine martial continent. Li Lingtian's warrior spirit defeating a warrior king was already a heaven-defying feat. Such a thing had never happened in the divine martial continent. It was very normal to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level within a cultivation level. However, if it was beyond a major cultivation level, there was almost no chance of such a challenge. It's impossible for a Tier 9 warrior spirit to compete with a Tier 1 warrior ascendant. His luck has reached its end. It's already considered lucky for a warrior spirit to defeat a martial king. If a warrior spirit were to defeat a martial grandmaster, this world would be too crazy. If he can defeat Wu Zong, my name will be read backwards. Look at how excited they are. When they are defeated, they will know what a true genius is. Countless youths who were jealous of Li Lingtian were discussing animatedly. When they saw countless young ladies cheering for Li Lingtian, they naturally attracted the envy of countless proud sons of heaven. It was not just them, but all the warriors were not optimistic about Li Lingtian. After all, this was a competition that surpassed 2 realms. It was like a match between an adult and a baby. There was no suspense at all, and Li Lingtian was not afraid at all. Brother Zhang, how about a bet of 1 million spirit stones? Qinghao, let's make a bet. I'll take the top-grade profound armament in your hand and my Zhiyun silk banner. What do you think? I bet that Li Lingtian will lose. I'll bet on Li Lingtian's failure too. I'll join too. I bet on Li Lingtian's failure. 1 million. I'll bet 5 million on Li Lingtian's failure and your superior grade profound armament. All of a sudden, everyone started betting on Li Lingtian's failure. Even though Li Lingtian had made a name for himself recently and had won 2 rounds, he was now facing a martial ancestor realm warrior spirit. No way. I'll bet on Li Lingtian's failure too. Do you think I'm a fool for such a good thing? A warrior spirit versus a warrior ascendant? Dream on. Yeah, forget it. I'm not betting anymore. It's clearly a martial arts grandmaster who used his pressure to crush a warrior spirit. What's the point of competing? If Wu Ling defeats Wu Zong, I'll give each of you 1 million. Some martial arts grandmasters were also discussing this matter. In the hearts of all the martial artists, the iron law of the divine martial continent was something that no one could break. This was already a rule, the law of heaven and earth. A warrior spirit relied on countless heaven-defying luck and treasures, as well as skills and weapons to defeat a martial king. However, no matter how powerful a warrior spirit was, it was impossible for him to defeat a martial grandmaster. Don't you dare to bet? I bet that big brother Ling Tian will win. 10 million spirit stones. Tang Zi, who was on the stairs, saw countless martial artists betting on big brother Ling Tian's failure. She was instantly angry, but her face remained expressionless. He spoke to the powerhouses who had started the bet before he asked for 7 million spiritual stones from Tang Qingyue and Tang Zicheng. Together with the 3 million that Li Lingtian had given him previously, he had exactly 10 million spiritual stones. 10 million. Little girl, don't cry if you lose. That's right. Your fiancé is indeed not bad. However, he doesn't have much confidence in facing a martial arts grandmaster. A few martial arts grandmasters said with a smile. They naturally knew Tang Ziming and were extremely excited about the 10 million spiritual stones. As long as big brother Ling Tian wins, you guys will have to pay me 60 million spirit stone. Tang Ziming said fiercely. Her jade-like hands clenched into fists and she pretended to be fierce. She did not know that not only was she not fierce, but she was also very cute. She knew better than anyone else that big brother Ling Tian would definitely win because she had already taught Wen Tian Qing a lesson last time. If she was facing other martial grandmasters, she would not be so confident. However, she was 100% confident that big brother Ling Tian would be able to face Wen Tian Qing. Alright, we won't go back on our word. Even if Li Lingtian wins, I can still earn 4 million from here. Haha. The few martial arts grandmasters looked at the storage pouches in front of them. They were all betting on Li Lingtian's loss. Only Tang Ziming was betting on Li Lingtian's victory. The square was bustling with activity. Countless people were discussing Li Lingtian's failure, and only the young men and women who admired Li Lingtian were still cheering for him. However, they were not confident. After all, this was a warrior spirit facing a martial arts grandmaster. Wen Tianqing did not look happy at all when she saw countless warriors believing that Li Lingtian had failed. On the contrary, her expression turned even uglier. The higher he climbed, the worse his fall would be. Failure was already destined, but all the martial artists thought that he would win. Wasn't this forcing him to his death? Li Lingtian shook his head with a consoling expression on his face. He gave Li Xuefeng and his wife a comforting look. Then, he walked towards the arena at a moderate pace. His footsteps were confident, and his face was calm. There was no change in his expression, as if he was doing something very casual. Soon, Li Lingtian arrived at the arena. He stood there calmly amidst the astonished looks of countless warriors. Young Master One, please don't disappoint me. Li Lingtian spoke calmly as the smile on his face deepened. His tone was like an elder guiding a junior, causing everyone in the plaza to be stunned. Who was the real Wu Zong? How could a warrior spirit teach a martial arts grandmaster a lesson? Young Master One, defeat him, defeat him, defeat him. Defeat him. Defeat Li Lingtian. Young Noble Lingtian, Young Noble Lingtian. Young Noble Lingtian, Young Noble Lingtian. Instantly, 2 camps appeared in the square. countless genius disciples hoped that when Tianqing could defeat Li Lingtian so that the beauties would not be so mesmerized by Li Lingtian. Meanwhile, countless young ladies were cheering for Li Lingtian, leaving the powerhouses on the steps dumbfounded. What was going on? How could a warrior spirit realm disciple be so popular? Wen Tianqing felt more and more pressured. The shouts behind him were like a curse that forced him to die. Li Lingtian, on the other hand, appeared calm and relaxed in his eyes. His body exuded a mysterious aura, just like the aura of heaven and earth that appeared on the mountaintop that day. It was suffocating. All! With a loud roar, all the shouting warriors in the square stopped and looked at Wen Tianqing in confusion. The super genius of the Wen family had become like this. However, what happened next stunned them. All the super experts who came to take the steps were extremely surprised. I admit defeat. Wen Tianqing bowed to Li Lingtian and spoke seriously. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though his face was pale, he was much more spirited after spitting out the blood. He had finally walked out of Li Lingtian's shadow. Chapter 124. The Bet. 1. Jealousy was only for people who were on par with them, but if you were jealous of someone you could never compare to, then you would be a fool. The youth in front of him was already not someone he could compare to. There was no need for him to fuss over it. He could not afford to. At the thought of this, his heart relaxed and he became more indifferent to the situation. He bowed politely to Li Lingtian, showing his respect for the strong. What? A rank 1 martial arts grandmaster facing a martial spirit realm and he's admitting defeat before he even made a move? Are you sure? Did one hear wrong? Or is he having a fever? What happened? Are the geniuses of the Wen family supposed to be so shameless? A martial grandmaster actually admitted defeat to a martial spirit realm? Isn't this a joke? All of a sudden, there was a dead silence. All the warriors were stunned by Wen Tianqing's words. Following that, all the martial artists were either furious or shocked. They completely did not believe that this was true. Wen Tianqing, are you joking? On the stairs, countless warriors who had bet on Li Lingtian's defeat asked loudly. They had all bet on Li Lingtian's defeat. Now that Wen Tianqing had admitted defeat, did that not mean that they had lost? Humph. I'm a first-stage martial ancestor. Are you an idiot? As long as you can take a single move from young noble Ling Tian, 1 foot 11 inches twist my head off and let you kick it like a ball. A bunch of ignorant people. If I were a tier 5 martial arts grandmaster, I might not admit defeat, but my chances of winning are only 50-50. Wen Tianqing said coldly in the face of everyone's questions. All the warriors were shocked. A martial arts grandmaster was actually praising a warrior spirit like this. What kind of concept was this? If a martial arts grandmaster were to receive a blow from Li Lingtian, he would die to atone for his sins. This was the dignity of a martial arts grandmaster. He would use his dignity to prove his decision was correct. If he was a tier 5 martial arts grandmaster, he might not admit defeat, but the odds were only 50-50. In that case, Li Lingtian's ability was equivalent to a tier 5 martial arts grandmaster. There was an uproar in the square and on the steps. Li Lingtian wins. Everyone was stunned. However, when they saw Wen Tianqing walk off the stage in a carefree manner and face Li Lingtian's respect, the outcome of the match was decided. Bai Ping received the order and announced Li Lingtian's victory loudly. Young noble Ling Tian is mighty. Young noble Ling Tian is the most handsome. Young noble Ling Tian. The warriors who admired Li Lingtian were excited. In their hearts, this was a perfect counterattack. Just when everyone thought that Li Lingtian was no match for a martial arts grandmaster, Li Lingtian's opponent automatically admitted defeat. It was a resounding slap to the faces of countless people. Li Lingtian's strength allowed them to find a balance. Li Lingtian's strength helped them vent their anger and declared, no matter how strong a warrior spirit realm or a martial warrior was, they would still be able to defeat powerhouses. Those who looked down on low-level warriors would end up in a miserable state. Li Lingtian was a warrior spirit, Yet he managed to force a martial ancestor realm to admit defeat. This was a perfect counterattack. Hey, who are these people? That this world is too crazy. I can't understand this world anymore. That's right. The world has changed. He's no longer a genius because we can't describe him as a genius anymore. Calling him a genius is just an insult. He's a true monster. A monster that defies the heavens. Some of the warriors who hoped that Li Lingtian would fail could only sigh. Comparisons were infuriating. 60 million handed over. 1 foot 11 inches. See if you still dare to say that big brother Lingtian failed. Tang Ziming stretched out her small hand. She had bet 10 million. Now that brother Lingtian had won, they had to pay 60 million. They were going to be rich. As she spoke, she revealed a cute smile on her little face. She sounded like she was lecturing them for thinking that Li Lingtian had failed. The few martial arts grandmasters could only admit that they were unlucky. They lost 60 million, and Tang Ziming got 60 million spiritual stones for nothing. In the following matches, even if it was a battle between geniuses, it was boring under Li Lingtian's atmosphere. Many warriors were eliminated and those who remained were naturally delighted. Although there were only a total of 120 matches, the longer the matches went on, because they were all matches between experts and geniuses. Big brother Lingtian, congratulations. Tang Ziming came to Li Lingtian's side and said happily. Her mischievous eyes kept rolling. As she spoke, she waved her jade-like hand. In her jade-like hand was a storage bag. It was the spirit stones that she had just received. It was a total of 60 million. Meng Meng is also a money grubber. Qin Susu looked at Tang Ziming's expression. Tang Ziming had bet on Li Lingtian's victory and she had seen it with her own eyes. At first, she thought that Tang Ziming had bet because she was not convinced that her fiancé had lost. Now, it seemed that this girl knew that Li Lingtian would win. Who asked them to say that big brother Lingtian failed? They didn't even ask around. Big brother Lingtian could defeat this one Tianqing with a single move. Tang Ziming came to Qin Susu's side and snuggled in her arms obediently, looking extremely lovable. Following that, Tang Ziming recounted what happened at the Cloud Dragon stream that day. The martial arts grandmasters on the countless steps were instantly depressed. It turned out that when Tianqing had lost to Li Lingtian a long time ago, yet they were still betting on Wen Tianqing's victory. They were asking for trouble. Big brother Lingtian, let's go out and play. You only have a competition in the afternoon, so let's go celebrate first. Tang Ziming chatted with Qin Susu for a while before she grabbed Li Lingtian's hand and left. There were too many people in this place and a little girl like her was not used to being restrained. All right, let's go. Li Lingtian nodded. Since there were still a few hours before the afternoon competition, he decided to go out and relax for a while before the afternoon competition. As long as he did not encounter a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster, there would not be any problems. The two of them then bowed to Li Xuefeng and his wife and left. The two maids followed closely behind and Li Lingtian felt a little uncomfortable. In this world, maids would follow their masters at all times. However, these two maids were peerless beauties. They were many times prettier than the celebrities in his previous life. Moreover, she was extremely pure and had an otherworldly aura on her body. Perhaps it was because of her cultivation and the spiritual energy of this world. Where are we going? Tang Ziming looked up at Li Lingtian as she held his arm with her little hand. Qingping, you and Xiao have more time in Sky Dragon City. If there's any fun place, let's go play for a while, but we can't go too far. Li Lingtian looked at Qingping and Li Xiao. Both he and Tang Ziming had left Sky Dragon City at the age of 8 to cultivate in Sky Cloud sect. Sky Dragon City had changed a lot in recent years, but the two maids were familiar with each other. Let's go to the Silver Phoenix Lake. The environment there is not bad. Li Xiao thought for a moment and thought of the Silver Phoenix Lake. After she mentioned it, Qingping nodded. It seemed that both of them had a good impression of the Silver Phoenix Lake. Then, the four of them walked towards the Silver Phoenix Lake. The Silver Phoenix Lake was not far from the Heavenly Dragon Square. It was only a dozen miles away. With their cultivation, it would only take them 10 minutes. Chapter 125. Wen Tianqing's Madness. Sky Dragon Empire's genius competition not only affected the future of Sky Dragon Empire, but also the other empires and mysterious families. This was because Sky Dragon Empire wanted to see their geniuses grow rapidly and increase their strength. The other factions and empires did not want to see such a thing happen because it would affect their future. During the competition in Sky Dragon Empire, countless experts and even the army of Tianjin Empire were rushing towards Sky Dragon Empire. After Li Lingtian, Tang Ziming and the other three had fun at the Silver Phoenix Lake for a few hours, they returned to the plaza for the competition. Li Lingtian was facing a Tier 9 peak Martial King powerhouse. Needless to say, he had defeated Li Lingtian easily. With that, Li Lingtian had entered the top 60. Countless warriors and factions had no choice but to take this young man seriously. Even many martial arts grandmaster powerhouses had begun to understand Li Lingtian for the sake of the prodigy role. However, to their disappointment, Li Lingtian had risen to prominence a year ago and finally entered Hidden Dragon Island. This year was the time when Li Lingtian had risen to prominence. In just over a year's time, he had advanced to become a martial apprentice and reached the current Tier 9 martial numinous realm. On the first day, he entered the 240th place. On the second day, he entered the 60th place. On the third day, Li Lingtian defeated a Tier 1 martial arts grandmaster with the Ice Vitality Divine Fist, the astounding sword technique, and his profound armament. The fact that Li Lingtian had defeated a Tier 1 martial arts grandmaster shocked all the warriors in the plaza. This was because Li Lingtian's reputation had soared recently, and he had won every single time. However, his opponents were all martial kings. Even when Tianqing admitted defeat. Now, Li Lingtian had defeated a Tier 1 warrior ascendant in front of all the warriors. This meant that Li Lingtian was a warrior spirit realm and his strength had already reached Tier 1 warrior ascendant. No one would not be terrified by the concept of this. On the third day, there was only one match. Even if there was only one match, the battle would be extremely fierce. As long as one won, they would be able to enter the top 15. On the fourth day, as long as they won one match, they would be able to enter the top 10. With the end of the battle, all the forces and martial artists began to get excited because the true geniuses would appear. The only bright spot was Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian, a Tier 9 warrior spirit at the peak, was actually standing on the same level as 14 Tier 4 or 5 martial arts grandmasters. This was also Li Lingtian's luck as he was facing a Tier 1 warrior ascendant. If he were to face a Tier 3 or 4 warrior ascendant, no one could guarantee that Li Lingtian would be able to advance. A quiet night passed, but some martial artists began to place their bets. Those who bet on young Master Lingtian entering the top 10 will have a 1:3 odds. In other words, those who bet on Li Lingtian's victory will earn 3 times the spiritual stones. There were countless bets in Sky Dragon City. The biggest bet was 1-7, which was the bet on Li Lingtian. If he won, he would get 7 times the spiritual stones. The smallest bet would be 1-2. Those who bet on Li Lingtian's victory would receive twice the spiritual stones. Such a bet would increase their confidence in Li Lingtian. I bet 300,000 on Li Lingtian. I bet 1 million on Yang Tianming. I bet on Wenling, 3 million. Although Li Lingtian is powerful and can be said to be the #1 genius in Eastern Spirit Greenland in 10,000 years, defeating a Tier 1 martial arts grandmaster at the warrior spirit realm is impossible for him to defeat other Tier 4 and Tier 5 martial artists. I'll still bet 5 million on Cheng Xiaotian. Brother Zhang is right. I believe Brother Zhang. I'll bet 5 million too. Although many warriors had placed their bets on Li Lingtian, most of them did not think highly of him. A genius was indeed a genius, but even a warrior spirit would not stand a chance to enter the top 10. How big can the stakes be? At this moment, a calm voice rang out. The voice was calm, but it was very loud. Immediately, all the martial artists who had placed their bets fell silent. Everyone looked towards the door and saw a young man walking in. When they saw this young man, Everyone recognized him and revealed a disdainful expression. That's right. This person was Wen Tianqing. Last time, she admitted defeat in front of everyone and made countless warriors look down on her. He did not expect that he would appear at this time. Although he looked down on Wen Tianqing, no one dared to provoke him now. He was a martial arts grandmaster and a genius of the Wen family. More importantly, Li Lingtian had defeated a Tier 1 martial arts grandmaster today. This was enough to prove that Wen Tianqing was not ashamed to admit defeat. Instead, she knew her place. So it's young Master Wen. Our Cyan Cloud Hall has been established in Sky Dragon City for 500 years. The Zhou family is behind us. Naturally, we won't run away. If we're betting on Li Lingtian, the Verdant Cloud Hall can go without a cap. However, if we're betting on someone else, we can only bet 10 million. Lu Yuzhong of the Blue Cloud Hall stood out. The 4th-rank martial arts grandmaster aura on him made everyone look fearful. I see. You guys sure are brave to bet on Li Lingtian without a cap. In that case, I'll bet 60 million on Li Lingtian. If our sect wins, you'll have to pay us 420 million. Wen Tianqing tossed out a storage pouch as soon as she said it was over. All the warriors were stunned. Was he crazy to bet 60 million on Li Lingtian? Even Lu Yuzhong was stunned. The Cyan Cloud Hall had made a crazy profit by betting 60 million in one go. This was because Li Lingtian could not possibly defeat a Tier 4 or 5 martial arts grandmaster. Alright, the Green Cloud Hall has hundreds of years of reputation. If you win, the Green Cloud Hall will not give you a spirit stone. Lu Yuzhong excitedly put away the 60 million spirit stones and took out a special jade slip. On it was engraved the special logo of the Zhou clan and the Blue Cloud Hall. It also recorded the bet of 60 million and the multiple of the loss. I believe in your Zhou family and the Blue Cloud Halls. Wen Tianqing took the jade slip and checked it carefully. After making sure that there was no problem, she put it away carefully and put it into her storage pouch like a treasure. Then, she turned around and left. This 60 million was borrowed from the Wen family's reputation. He had even pawned a high-grade profound-level weapon on him. He had bet all his assets on Li Lingtian. If Li Lingtian won once, he would receive 420 million spiritual stones. Not only would he be able to repay the spiritual stones that Li Lingtian owed him, but he would also be able to make a huge profit. After placing his bet, he prayed in his heart that he would not make the wrong choice. He also prayed that Li Lingtian would win. This was all he had. If Li Lingtian lost, he would be dead. After Wen Tianqing left, everyone was stunned. They kept scolding Wen Tianqing as a lunatic for betting 60 million on Li Lingtian. Their confidence was shaken. However, the next thing was not over yet. After Wen Tianqing left, another important figure came to Cyan Cloud Palace. We've finally arrived at the Blue Cloud Hall. A sweet voice rang out. Instantly, all the martial artists in the Blue Cloud Hall were attracted by this sweet voice. However, when they saw the person who spoke, they all turned their eyes away. Chapter 126. Battle for the Top 10. A 15 or 16-year-old beautiful girl walked in, followed by a maid and a middle-aged couple. The young girl was dressed in purple clothes, and she was as beautiful as a fairy from the 9 heavens. She was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. Isn't this the Marquis of Nanling? When Lu Yuzhong saw them, he immediately perked up and quickly came out to welcome them. He was a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster, so he did not dare to be rude to this couple. It was Tang Ziming and Tang Zicheng. When Tang Ziming heard that Sky Dragon City was also betting, her interest was piqued. Qingyun Hall was the place with the highest stakes, so they naturally came here. Hall Master Lu, what's the maximum amount of the Green Cloud Hall's bet? Tang Zicheng asked, completely ignoring the other warriors. The Tang family had an extremely high status in Sky Dragon Empire, and even the Imperial Palace had to show some respect. Scared. All the warriors were in an uproar. What was going on? Wen Tianqing had just come, and now the Marquis of Nanling had come. The words he said were actually exactly the same. This made all the martial artists dumbfounded. Lord Marquis, our verdant cloud hall has no upper limit on Li Lingtian's bets. The upper limit on the others is 10 million. Lu Yuzhong was also stunned. He had a bad feeling in his heart, but then he thought of the rules of his blue cloud hall and felt a little relieved. If he bet 10 million on the others, Wen Tianqing would bet 60 million on Li Lingtian. Even if the others won, Wen Tianqing's 60 million would still be given to them. However, Tang Zicheng's next words stunned everyone. One bet 50 million on Li Lingtian's victory. Tang Zicheng threw a storage bag over with a faint smile on his face. Silence reigned. Another person was betting on Li Lingtian's victory. Wen Tianqing might have gone mad, but this Marquis Nanling could not have gone mad. I also bet 60 million on Big Brother Ling Tian. Tang Ziming's delicate voice sounded. As she spoke, she threw a storage bag over. Hundreds of people were betting in the Cyan Cloud Hall, but they all quieted down at this moment. After a long time, the warriors finally came to their senses. 3 people had bet on Li Lingtian's victory, and the number was astonishing. The ominous feeling in Lu Yuzhong's heart intensified. This was different from the previous situation. He was afraid that the Marquis of Nanling would bet on the other warriors to win, but now that his cousin and his daughter were betting on Li Lingtian's victory, he felt even more uneasy. This. Lu Yuzhong stuttered. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, so he really couldn't make up his mind. If Li Lingtian were to win, he would have to pay 1.18 billion lower spiritual stones. Even if he were to pay everyone else's bet, the Verdant Cloud Hall would have to fork out more than 500 million. Don't you dare to take the bet. The Marquis of Nanling's expression turned cold. Although he was only a Tier 8 martial king, no one in the Tang family could provoke him. Except why not? Since the Azure Cloud Hall has accepted, we will naturally accept Lord Marquis's bet. Lu Yuzhong was startled and thought for a long time before agreeing. This situation shocked countless martial artists. After Lu Yuzhong finished carving the 2 jade slips, he handed them to the Marquis of Nanling, and the 3 of them left the Green Cloud Hall. After Tang Ziming's family left, Lu Yuchen announced that he would not accept Li Lingtian's bet today. Immediately, countless martial artists felt that things were not good. Moreover, this news quickly spread to other bets. In a single night, countless people had placed their bets on Li Lingtian's victory. The number of people betting on Li Lingtian's victory was almost equal to the total number of people betting on him. The last few bets knew that something was wrong, but it was too late. In the end, he could only mend the situation and no longer accept Li Lingtian's bet. Early in the morning, the Heavenly Dragon Square was already packed with people. They came to the best seats to wait for the start of the competition. This way, they could best watch the battle between the super geniuses. On this day, it was destined that there would be no fate with the prodigy role. It was destined that there would be people who would be excited and people who would go berserk. By the time Li Lingtian arrived at the steps of the plaza, almost everyone had arrived. Today is the 4th day of the competition. Today is the challenge match. Out of the remaining 15 people, only 10 will enter the top 10, and 5 will leave the arena. When Bai Ping saw that all the judges had arrived, he stood up and announced loudly. After he finished speaking, the square was in an uproar. They wanted to see their idol enter the top 10. The rules of the Challenger League are still based on elimination. 15 people will compete, 7 will be eliminated, and 7 will enter the top 10. The remaining 8 will continue to compete, and the winner will challenge the 7 people who entered the top 10. Bai Ping calmly explained the rules of the competition. Suddenly, all the martial artists began to discuss, and their faces revealed a shocked expression. This was too cruel. In this way, everyone had to compete at least twice at a certain time. Some even had to compete 3 or 4 times. One time was enough to consume all of his true essence and true qi. If he was lucky enough to enter the top 10, he would also be challenged. Moreover, they had to accept challenges consecutively. At most they had to accept 2 challenges. As Li Lingtian listened from the top of the stairs, His heart was filled with shock. If he was unlucky, he would have to compete 3 times. 3 times with a top martial arts grandmaster powerhouse. As a result, the faces of the countless warriors who had bet on Li Lingtian's victory turned green. If Li Lingtian were to enter the top 10 in a single competition, they would have won and received a considerable sum of money. However, they did not expect the competition rules to be so strict. Li Lingtian had no chance of entering the top 10. Even if they were lucky enough to enter, they would still be challenged. Big brother Lingtian, Meng Meng believes that you're the strongest. When Tang Ziming and Tang Zicheng heard this rule, they felt that something was amiss. Although they would not be bothered by the spiritual stones, Li Lingtian was her fiancé and her son-in-law. Li Lingtian's failure would not benefit them. She gently held Li Lingtian's arm and spoke softly. As a fiancé, she had to think about her husband at all times. Don't worry. I'm still confident that one can enter the top 10. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it'll be fine. Li Lingtian said earnestly as he gave a comforting look to Li Xuefeng, his wife and Tang Ziming. The competition begins now. Bai Ping let the 15 martial artists who were participating in the competition walk up the steps, and each of them drew a number. After the competition, it was time for the challenge. Li Lingtian looked at the jade token in his hand. It was actually number 1. In other words, he was the first to compete. If he won, he would enter the top 10. If he lost, he would have to challenge again. Young Noble Lingtian. Young Master Bai Yun. Young Master Yang. 15 martial artists were on the stage, and countless admirers were cheering excitedly. The 15 martial artists were all 4th and 5th tier martial arts grandmasters. Li Lingtian was the only one who was in the warrior spirit realm. This made everyone feel uncomfortable. The warriors who had bet on Li Lingtian's victory were also feeling regretful. Number 1, Li Lingtian, Tier 9 Warrior Spirit Peak Perfection, 16 years old, North Marquis Estates heir. Number 15, Chang Xiaotian, Martial Arts Grandmaster Tier 4 Peak, 46 years old, number 1 genius of the Cheng clan. Bai Ping announced the information of the martial artists in the competition loudly. Immediately, the Heavenly Dragon Square was in an uproar. The strength and age of these 2 people were really a joke. He was a super genius who had attained the Great Circle of Martial Arts Grandmaster rank 4, 46 years old. The other was 16 years old and was only a Tier 9 warrior spirit at the peak of the Great Fulfillment. Cheng Xiaotian's body strangely appeared on the stage. The 200-meter-long and 200-meter-wide stage suddenly looked like it was specially built for him. Cheng Xiaotian's strength has far exceeded that of a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster. Compared to a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster, he is not at all pressured. Cheng Xiaotian has a metal-type martial soul. His attacks are incomparably domineering. No one in the top 10 can shake him. Li Lingtian, what a pity. If it were a few years later, he would definitely be on the prodigy roll. This time, he's going to stop in the top 10. My spirit stones. I bet 3 million on him. That's all I have. For a moment, countless warriors looked enviously at Cheng Xiaotian on the stage. In a world where the strong were respected, Cheng Xiaotian was at the peak of martial arts grandmaster Tier 4. He was definitely the object of worship for all warriors. Rumble! Just as everyone was discussing, a powerful aura quickly spread. Everyone looked at the source of the aura. Chapter 127. Heaven Flipping Seal, Powerful Suppression. A powerful aura slowly pressed down on the stage along the steps. All the martial artists looked at the newcomer in surprise. Li Lingtian's expression was calm. The nonchalant look on his face was replaced by a serious look. He circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation to its peak. At the same time, the true dragon qi in his body circulated, raising his physique to its peak. The stairs were only 200 meters away from the arena. From the bottom of the stairs, Li Lingtian's aura began to rise steadily. What a powerful aura! Is this still the aura of a martial spirit realm? Even a Tier 9 martial king doesn't have such an aura. No, he's using the power between heaven and earth to quickly increase his aura. He wants to reach the peak of his aura when he steps onto the arena. That's right, that's it. This intelligence and experience is definitely not something a young man can possess. On the steps, all the martial arts grandmaster powerhouses could clearly see Li Lingtian's rising aura. They were shocked. Even though this aura was not as strong as theirs, Li Lingtian's actions left them in awe. This wasn't an aura that a warrior spirit realm or a young man could have. He didn't have such wisdom and experience either. In the plaza, tens of thousands of eyes were quietly watching Li Lingtian as he made his way over. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. Every step he took felt like he was stepping on their chests, making them feel uncomfortable. Cheng Xiaotian, you only have one chance. Bring out your most powerful defense or attack, or else the prodigy role will be cut off from you forever. Li Lingtian's aura had already reached its peak. He had also arrived at the arena and was staring at Cheng Xiaotian with a sharp gaze. A Tier 9 warrior spirit at the peak of great perfection, coupled with the power of the dragon energy, boosted his confidence greatly. As he spoke, his right hand continued to move. Streams of mysterious profound aura surrounded Li Lingtian and the world resonated with his aura. Good, this is the first time I've met someone as arrogant as you. Now, I'll let you know what true strength is. Dominating heavenly golden flame slash. Destroy. Cheng Xiaotian felt that something was amiss when he saw Li Lingtian's imposing manner. In his opinion, he was a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster at the peak of perfection. Coupled with his own strength, he would be able to compete for the top 3 spots on the Sons of Heaven roll. Naturally, he would not use his defense to take a beating from a warrior spirit realm warrior. He circulated his ethereal force to the limit and unleashed his supreme-grade profound weapon. Immediately, the flaming gold spirit chi between heaven and earth trembled rapidly and gathered toward the flaming gold slash. The sky also trembled. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with golden spiritual energy and the violent aura of the dominating heavenly flame golden slash. Dominating heavenly golden flame slash. It is the most overbearing existence among the low-level and intermediate-level skills. I didn't expect Cheng Xiaotian to have cultivated the dominating heavenly flaming golden slash to the great success realm. Even a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster would not be able to withstand this attack. Li Lingtian is finished. Dominating golden flame slash is indeed powerful. Fortunately, I didn't encounter him. Otherwise, one really don't know what move to use to deal with him. Shoo, retreat. Quickly retreat. All the powerhouses were shocked. This dominating heavenly golden flame slash had already exceeded their imagination. This power was definitely not something that a martial numinous realm could withstand. All the martial artists in the square had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Under the pressure of the aura on the stage, they could only keep retreating. They only stopped after they were 200 meters away from the stage. Heaven flipping seal. The power of heaven and earth. Follow the flow and live according to the power. Force. Overpowering suppression. Li Lingtian kept waving his right hand. The aura between heaven and earth surged rapidly, and a mysterious profound meaning was formed along with the movement of his right hand. Facing a mid-level earth rank skill and a martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the 4th rank, he had completely entered a state of power. He muttered to himself softly, his voice like a dragon's roar. Then, his other hand began to flip, making a mysterious gesture. In the sky, a 30-meter large handprint appeared. The heaven and earth spiritual chi and the heaven and earth power quickly condensed, and the handprint formed a physical form. The power of heaven and earth. How is this possible? How can a warrior spirit know the force of heaven and earth? Is this the power of heaven and earth? It's indeed terrifying. The force of heaven and earth that even martial royal realm experts couldn't comprehend was actually comprehended by him. On the steps, some of the super geniuses stood up when they saw Li Lingtian's sky-turning palm as if they had seen a ghost. Boom! Boom! On the arena, the destructive radiance of the dominating heavenly flaming golden slash was hurled at Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's expression was calm and unperturbed. The mysterious handprint in the air was also smashed down with the flip of his palm. The space trembled, and countless martial artists quickly retreated, displaying their defenses to resist this powerful pressure and aura. In an instant, the cultivation technique, the giant palm print, and the golden light collided fiercely. Instantly, with the arena as the center, violent and destructive forces raged. Gotcha! Rumble. There was a light, crisp sound, followed by an explosion. The giant palm print suppressed and ruthlessly bombarded the golden light. To the surprise of all the martial artists, the dominating heavenly flaming golden slash was crushed by the giant palm print and turned into nothingness. The giant palm print was domineering. It carried the power of heaven and earth and the trajectory of heaven and earth as it mercilessly destroyed the intermediate earth-tier skill, the dominating heavenly golden flame slash. At the same time, Xueqi's body was also submerged by the giant palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a golden shield of light appeared on his body. The shield of light trembled continuously and finally shattered into pieces. Chapter 128. Li Lingtian's Victory 1. Li Lingtian's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He watched as the giant palm crushed Cheng Xiaotian. As expected, a faint halo on his body blocked him. He appeared calm and composed, like a martial arts grandmaster of his generation. Even the martial arts grandmasters present felt inferior to his aura and demeanor. I lost. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Cheng Xiaotian's face was filled with despair and unwillingness. However, he had been too careless in the face of this attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. However, a loss was a loss. It didn't matter if he lost. He just had to admit it. If he had to hide it in front of tens of thousands of eyes, that would be embarrassing. Whoosh! There was an uproar, and all the martial artists were jolted awake. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, a martial arts grandmaster at the peak of Tier 4 was defeated by a huge palm print. The warriors who were initially not optimistic about Li Lingtian finally understood that this young man was not only relying on luck but also his heaven-defying strength. This attack was overwhelming and defied the natural order. It had completely broken the iron law of cultivation in the divine martial continent. It had broken the knowledge of all the warriors and surpassed their imagination. Young noble Lingtian. Young noble Lingtian. Young noble Lingtian has won. So cool. Heaven up seal. A powerful suppression. This is a true martial artist. This is the person I admire. He's able to suppress the peak of a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster. Young noble Lingtian is the most unrestrained and handsome. All of a sudden, all the martial artists in the square cried out in surprise. There was no falsehood at all. They were completely excited from the bottom of their hearts. This was a battle without any suspense, but it had evolved into a battle beyond imagination and a heaven-defying ending. On the steps and in the square, the martial arts grandmasters were not used to such an outcome. A Tier 9 peak warrior spirit, a 16-year-old youth, defeated a Tier 4 peak martial arts grandmaster in one blow. Moreover, this peak Tier 4 was a super genius, and his ability surpassed that of other martial artists of the same tier. Among the Cheng clan's geniuses, this Cheng Xiaotian was an undefeatable legend. However, this legend was broken by a warrior spirit realm. Li Lingtian, victory! Bai Ping loudly announced Li Lingtian's victory. The crowd cheered as Li Lingtian's aura dissipated. His face revealed his signature smile as he walked down the stage. As expected of my son, Li Xuefeng. Good, very good. Back on the steps, countless martial artists nodded and greeted him. This youth was not an ordinary youth. He was a terrifying demon. Li Xuefeng stood up and sized up Li Lingtian seriously. With a gratified look on his face, he loudly said 3 good in a row. Qin Susu was also very happy. Her son had finally become a man who could take care of her. Thank you, father. This is just the beginning. Li Lingtian said with a smile as he sat down in his seat with a calm expression. His words made all the warriors on the steps feel so depressed that they vomited blood. These were all people from above. To him, defeating a peak rank 4 martial arts grandmaster was just a piece of cake. Meng Meng said that big brother Ling Tian is the strongest. Tang Ziming's face was filled with happiness. Her fair hands were holding Li Lingtian's arm as she leaned against the seat beside him. Of course. Otherwise, how can I protect my Meng Meng? Li Lingtian smiled as he opened his mouth to eat a grape that Li Xiaoxiao had peeled. His face revealed a look of enjoyment. Next was the match between Yang Tianming and the other martial arts grandmaster powerhouses. Li Lingtian did not miss out on any of the matches this time. He was also shocked by Yang Tianming's strength. If he were to face him, he would have no confidence at all. As for the other martial artists, there were also a few who were stronger than Cheng Xiaotian. Moreover, he also had a better understanding of these super geniuses. His strength had far exceeded his cultivation realm. He had many peerless profound-level weapons on him and many Earth-grade skills. One attack was earth-shattering. The 7 rounds of competition took up 3 hours. After the 7 rounds, Bai Ping announced that Li Lingtian and the other 3 had entered the top 10. The remaining 7 losers and the genius who had a bye would challenge them in the afternoon. There was a 2-hour break in the afternoon. This way, the fairness of the competition could be guaranteed. In the eyes of these experts, the disciples below needed to be cruel, but at the same time, they needed the most basic fairness. Li Lingtian's victory gave all the warriors hope as countless warriors were betting on Li Lingtian's victory. If Li Lingtian failed, all the spiritual stones they had bet would go down the drain. After Bai Ping's announcement, Li Lingtian left the stairs with Tang Ziming and headed out of the plaza. Currently, countless warriors, boys and girls admired him, but none of them dared to approach him. It was not fun to defeat a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster in one blow. Big brother Ling Tian, let's go out and celebrate. I'll give you some nourishment. You might be challenged by someone else in the afternoon. Tang Ziming held Li Lingtian's arm and snuggled up to him like a little bird. Chapter 129. A Girl's Feelings. For the entire afternoon, Li Lingtian strolled around the garden with Tang Ziming. Finally, he rested his head on Tang Ziming's lap and slept for a while. Noon passed, but countless warriors did not leave the plaza. They were concerned about Li Lingtian's success or failure, which meant that they were also concerned about the outcome of their spiritual stones. However, if he left, it would be a pity if he missed the exciting competition without a good seat. On the steps of the plaza, the remaining 7 warriors who had entered the top 10 were still there except for Li Lingtian, who had left. Furthermore, 8 of them were still struggling. This was because they were considering whether they should challenge Li Lingtian if they won. Li Lingtian's cultivation was the lowest and he was the youngest. He should be the easiest to be challenged and the best candidate to do so. However, Li Lingtian's strength and terror had them in a dilemma. The competition and challenge in the afternoon surprised all the martial artists. The 8 martial artists had won twice in the competition. 2 of the victors had entered the top 10, and the remaining 6 would have to fight for the last spot. The 6 martial artists drew lots. One of them entered the top 10, but he had to accept the challenge. Those who could win would be determined to enter the top 10. The top 10 spots were decided. The remaining 5 martial artists had another chance to challenge. However, the 5 warriors paused in front of Li Lingtian and left him helplessly to choose other warriors. Li Lingtian and the rest of the warriors were surprised that not a single warrior challenged Li Lingtian for the entire afternoon. The more this was the case, the more everyone feared Li Lingtian. Such a young man had become a figure that the super geniuses did not dare to touch. He would rather choose a tier 4 or 5 super expert than provoke a warrior spirit realm youth. It was only after Bai Ping announced the 10 spots that the day's competition came to an end. Li Lingtian had successfully entered the top 10. Oh my god, do you want me to live? Lu Yuchen had been watching Li Lingtian's match. The more he watched, the more his heart sank. Since Li Lingtian had won, he was going to lose everything. Even if he sold the Zhou clan and Cyan Cloud Hall, it would not be worth that much spiritual stones. He wasn't the only one. The faces of the other bets were also ashen. They had never lost like this before. They had miscalculated. Completely miscalculated. Haha, haha, you didn't disappoint me. I've earned 420 million spirit stones. When Tianqing burst out laughing without restraint. She had borrowed 60 million to bet on Li Lingtian's victory. When she heard the rules of the competition in the morning, her heart had already died. However, she never expected Li Lingtian to win on his first try. No one had challenged him after that. Now that he had won 420 million, he had repaid the 60 million he had borrowed and the 293 million Li Lingtian owed him. He still had 67 million left. Big brother Lingtian, congratulations on entering the top 10. Meng Meng has a gift for you. Let's go. Tang Ziming held Li Lingtian's hand and ran out of the plaza. The two of them were like two children, causing all the powerhouses to have a misconception. Was this still the same monster who had crushed a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster? Li Lingtian looked at the little beauty beside him with a faint smile on his face. Without asking anything, the two of them sprinted forward with Li Xiaoxiao and Qing Ping trailing behind. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at the verdant cloud hall. Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he understood something. Tang Ziming must have placed her bet. Greetings, young noble Lingtian. Greetings, young noble Lingtian. Thank you, young noble Lingtian. Countless warriors who saw Li Lingtian's arrival were overjoyed. Only a few of them remained expressionless but cursed Li Lingtian 1,000 times in their hearts. Li Lingtian nodded and followed Tang Zimen into the verdant cloud halls. Hall Master Lu, I'm here to collect the spirit stones. Tang Ziming walked into the green cloud hall and called out in a delicate voice. A middle-aged martial arts grandmaster saw Tang Ziming and the others coming and immediately turned green. So it's Miss Tang. I didn't expect Miss Tang to place a bet too. Wen Tianqing had just put away the spiritual stones when she saw Tang Ziming and Li Lingtian. She was stunned for a moment before she greeted them. He nodded at Li Lingtian. After all, he had lost to this young man and did not even have the courage to fight in the arena. Of course, one bet 60 million. This time, big brother Lingtian wins, so I'll take 420 million spirit stones. Tang Ziming said happily. After she finished speaking, she took out the jade token and threw it on the counter. The crisp sound was especially ear-piercing. 420 million lower spiritual stones. Another 420 million. 0.420 million. Meng Meng, you bet 60 million. The temporary silence of Cyan Cloud Hall was broken. Countless warriors were speechless. Wen Tianqing had won 420 million yuan, and now another 420 million yuan. Wasn't this against the natural order? Li Lingtian did not expect Tang Ziming to bet 60 million on him. She really trusted him. Lu Yuzhong couldn't hold it in anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just taken out 420 million, and now this girl from the Tang family had come to collect the spirit stones. Wasn't this fatal? Oh my god, why am I the unlucky one? Lu Yuzhong had an exaggerated expression on his face. No matter how powerful a Wuzong was, and how he had the support of the Azure Cloud Hall and the Zhou family, he could not afford to fork out hundreds of millions of spirit stones. He couldn't even afford 50 million, let alone 100 million. However, he had the Green Cloud Hall and the Zhou family. Otherwise, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to pay so many spirit stones. Hall Master Lu, hand over the spirit stones. This is a gift for my big brother Lingtian. Tang Ziming stretched out her little hand, looking extremely cute. She completely ignored how ugly Lu Yuchen's expression was. She had bet 60 million and earned 420 million. She did not even dare to think about Li Lingtian earning such a large sum of money. However, she felt pressured by the amount of spiritual stones. Giving it to Li Lingtian was the best choice. After all, she was big brother Lingtian's fiancée, and in the future, she would be his, not to mention spirit stones. Lu Yuchen could only admit that he was unlucky. He had the Zhou family put together a lot of spirit stones, and with the spirit stones of the Green Cloud Hall, he finally paid Tang Ziming's spirit stones. Seeing so many spiritual stones in Tang Ziming's hands, countless warriors' eyes were filled with greed. However, when they thought of Li Lingtian, they put away their thoughts. Young noble Lingtian, thank you. This is the 293 million low-grade spirit stones one owe you last time. Please count them. At this moment, when Tian Qing walked up to him and handed him a storage bag. You're quite bold to bet 60 million. Li Lingtian reached out to take the storage pouch and kept it without looking at it. He then handed Wen Tianqing an IOU. Wen Tianqing's face was also filled with surprise. This Wen Tianqing was indeed bold and courageous. She was a rare warrior. Last time, she admitted defeat decisively. It was the same in the arena. Now she actually bet 60 million on him. All these things were not something an ordinary person could do. This one knows my limits, and one still have this bit of foresight. If your young noble Ling Tian can't even enter the top 10, then this one can only admit that I'm unlucky. When Tianqing smiled casually. It was not obvious that she had any grudges with Li Lingtian in the past. Li Lingtian admired Wen Tianqing for this. Regardless of cultivation base or temperament, Wen Tianqing was a prodigy who had only met Li Lingtian. Countless warriors were shocked when they saw Wen Tianqing owe Li Lingtian nearly 300 million. A young man with just 300 million was comparable to a martial royal realm powerhouse. After receiving the spiritual stones, Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming left the Emerald Cloud Hall. Tang Ziming handed the storage pouch to Li Lingtian, leaving only a few spiritual stones. Meng Meng, you should keep this spirit stone for yourself. Li Lingtian looked at Tang Ziming and could not help but feel a little hesitant. Even if he was a fool, he would understand why a girl would give him so many spiritual stones. However, in his heart, he would not use a girl's money. This was a form of masculinity. Big brother Lingtian, don't you like Meng Meng anymore? Tang Ziming's eyes reddened as she looked at Li Lingtian pitifully. She was excited about the spirit stones, but she could not use them herself while Li Lingtian needed them. Now that she saw Li Lingtian reject her spiritual stones, she was stunned. She was worried that Li Lingtian did not like her. She did not say that she was Li Lingtian's fiancé but asked if he did not like her. She cared about how Li Lingtian loved her, liked her, and doted on her. If Li Lingtian did not like her, it would not matter even if she was his fiancé. Brother Lingtian had gone after the eldest princess a few years ago. Meng Meng, why would you think that? Meng Meng is so pretty and cute, so big brother Lingtian would naturally like her. Moreover, Meng Meng is my woman and my fiancé. Even if you're not my fiancé, I won't let you marry someone else. Take these spirit stones. If I need spirit stones, I can fight for them with my own abilities. Li Lingtian was taken aback. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea. It was indeed true. He did not expect his unintentional action to make Tang Ziming so sensitive. In the past, he had only treated this beautiful girl as his fiancée. However, after spending some time with her, he had already taken Tang Ziming to heart. Tang Ziming's appearance was stunning. Any celebrity in her previous life was trash in front of Tang Ziming. Those super beautiful female celebrities were not even comparable to her maid Xiao Xiao. He was right. If he lacked spirit stones, he could rely on his own strength to obtain them. He could refine pills. Just this alchemy technique alone would allow him to have endless spirit stones to cultivate. Meng Meng will be big brother Lingtian's woman sooner or later. I don't feel safe with this spirit stone, so I gave it to big brother Lingtian. Tang Ziming was elated when she heard Li Lingtian's words. The brother Lingtian whom she admired was not only her fiancé, but she also had a place in brother Lingtian's heart. All right then. Upon hearing Tang Ziming's words, Li Lingtian took the storage bag and placed it into the divine dragon ring. He then reached out and stroked Tang Ziming's face. Seeing this, Tang Ziming happily held Li Lingtian's arm and the two of them walked into the distance. Chapter 130. Young Master Tianmu 1's Challenge. The Sky Dragon Empire Grand Competition was at its final critical moment. All the martial artists in Sky Dragon City put down their work and rushed towards Sky Dragon Square. This was because the Empire's once-in-a-decade competition for the Prodigy role had truly begun. The experts of the previous Prodigy role and this year's Prodigy role had clashed, and the 20 geniuses who had shocked the world had gathered. This was Sky Dragon Empire's decennial competition. It was also the strongest competition in Sky Dragon Empire in the past 100 years because this competition was held after Hidden Dragon Island. It was time for the major factions and Eastern Spirit Azure continent to reshuffle their power. On this day, hundreds of thousands of spectators, as well as some mysterious experts, as well as super experts who had not appeared for many years, appeared. The square was filled with jubilation, waiting for the geniuses to clash and for the Prodigy role's experts to ascend. Similarly, the square was bustling with activity, and the other betting tables were even more bustling. This was because Li Lingtian had managed to enter the top 10 with a single strike yesterday, allowing countless warriors to earn a fortune. Now that Li Lingtian was fighting against the previous batch's super experts, he no longer had the slightest confidence in the countless warriors. In the previous Sons of Heaven rankings, they were all super geniuses. Their cultivation was only a measure of their surface strength. Their true strength definitely exceeded their cultivation realm. Just like Li Lingtian this time, Li Lingtian was only at the warrior numinous stage. However, his various skills and heaven-defying abilities had already put him on par with a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse. It was the same for those super geniuses. Li Lingtian's advantage would be gone if he were to compete with them. Without an advantage, Li Lingtian's defeat was set in stone. Even though Li Lingtian had won and entered the top 10, there were not many people who were betting on him. Only a handful of people who had a sliver of luck would bet on Li Lingtian's victory. These matters were insignificant because the Heavenly Dragon Square was already packed with people. A great battle was about to break out. When Li Lingtian and Li Xiaoxiao arrived at the plaza, Tang Ziming was already waiting for them. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's arrival, Tang Ziming's face broke into a smile and she ran up to him quickly. Like a little bird, she threw herself into Li Lingtian's arms. In the end, they held Li Lingtian's arm. Tang Qingyue and the others were behind them. They shook their heads when they saw Tang Ziming's expression. When they reached the stairs, the Tang family returned to their seats. Tang Ziming was with Li Lingtian, but what puzzled Li Lingtian was that Tang Qingyue had also come to the seat of Marquis Pingbei's residence. "What are you looking at? I bet 10 million on you. If you lose, you have to pay me 10 million. When Tang Qingyue saw Li Lingtian looking at her, she glared at him fiercely. The words that came out of her mouth stunned Li Lingtian. What kind of logic was this? She had bet on him to win, so she had to follow him. Was this surveillance or something? If she lost, she had to pay him 10 million low-grade spirit stones. What if she won? Why is he here too? Beside Nangong Haoming, a lady in palace attire who was around 17 or 18 years old looked at Li Lingtian in confusion. She had been back in the palace for more than a year but she had no idea what was happening in Sky Cloud sect or the outside world. She was completely immersed in cultivation. He finally managed to fight until he was a Tier 7 warrior spirit, but he was dragged by his father and mother to watch the competition between the Empire's geniuses. She knew that the purpose of this competition was to give her a chance to become the prince consort. However, he was not willing to do so because the person on the prodigy role was already a few decades old. It was simply impossible for the young to be ranked on the prodigy role. For the sake of the Empire, his father had even taken himself out to rope in genius martial artists. He didn't expect to see the prince of the North Marquis estate who had pursued him before. That prince was just an ordinary person. However, when she thought about how she had gone overboard with her words the last time and how it had hurt her, she felt a little upset. However, Li Lingtian had somehow taken some kind of medicine to ignore her. Sky Dragon Empire's once-in-a-decade prodigy role tournament begins. After 4 days of competition, we've finally selected 10 super geniuses. If you want to enter the prodigy role, you must compete. Let's welcome the previous prodigy role. Bai Ping announced loudly. Immediately, the air trembled and 10 shocking auras erupted. 10 martial arts grandmasters appeared on the arena in the square. The aura of a martial arts grandmaster continued to suppress the martial artists on the square. Instantly, there was not a single martial artist within 200 meters of the arena. Young Master Tianmu, this is Young Master Xiaoyu, Young Master Batian, Young Master Peng, Young Master Haotian, Qin Haotian. Young Master Bai Yun, Zhou Bai Yun, Sir Cheng Feng, Duanmu Tianjiao, Shenluo Mingqing, Qing Lingyue. Instantly, the square was filled with cheers. These were the super geniuses on the prodigy roll who had become famous 10 years ago. Each of them was in existence at the 5th and 6th level of the martial arts grandmaster. The appearance of the 10 super martial artists immediately attracted the attention of countless mysterious powerhouses and forces. This was because these 10 people represented the future of Sky Dragon Empire. Not only the martial artists in the square, but even the experts on the steps were extremely envious when facing 10 super martial arts grandmasters. What a powerful aura! A 5th or 6th tier martial arts grandmaster. It's not that easy to enter the prodigy role. Li Lingtian felt the aura of the 10 super geniuses and his heart was burning with fighting spirit. These people represented Sky Dragon Empire's most talented people. If he fought with these people, he would be able to reap huge benefits. Today is the last competition. The top 10 martial artists can challenge their own suitable ranking. The winner is almost always a genius on the prodigy roll. The first place will be allowed to compete 4 times, the second place will be allowed 3 times, and the third place will be allowed 2 times. As for the remaining places, the victors will enter the prodigy roll. Bai Ping explained the rules of the competition. In other words, those who wanted to compete for first place were allowed to compete 4 times. The final winner would be the first on the prodigy roll. It was the same for the second and third place. The other places only had one competition. 10 against 10, there was nothing to compete for. However, he was worried that everyone would want to compete for first place, so there was a limit to the number of times he could get this ranking. Princess, who do you think will be the first among the 20 people this time? Or do you have someone you like? A palace maid beside Nangong Mingyue said softly with a faint smile on her face. She had spent a lot of time with the princess and the emperor's edict. She had specially assisted the princess in choosing the prince consort. How about you marry an old man? Nangong Mingyue glanced at the palace maid beside her. Her noble aura was evident. The title of the #1 beauty in Sky Dragon Empire was not so easy to obtain. Her noble temperament made people have the urge to worship her. At the age of 18, she was in the prime of her youth. Her temperament and stunning appearance were enough to make all the men in the world go crazy over her. Open challenge begins. After Bai Ping finished his announcement, he sat down. He wasn't worried about the silence in the competition at all. Geniuses would never admit defeat. No one would be suppressed by others. Li Lingtian, come out now. Just as Bai Ping finished his announcement, an arrogant voice sounded. The appearance of this voice immediately stunned everyone in the square. They all looked towards the source of the voice and saw young Master Tianmu, one of the 10 martial arts grandmasters, landing on the stage and shouting loudly. The other 9 super geniuses left the arena because as long as someone challenged them, they would give up their positions unless they were challenged. Young Master Tianmu, Young Master Tianmu, one of the 6 great young masters. The 6 great young masters want to challenge young Master Ling Tian? What's going on? Didn't the top 10 geniuses challenge the prodigy role? Why is the prodigy role challenging a youth? Young noble Ling Tian's reputation isn't small. Even young noble Tianmu is concerned about him. What do you know? Young Master Tianmu was played by young Master Ling Tian last time, and now he wants to regain his face in the arena. It's not like that. He probably wants to kill young noble Ling Tian. Even if young noble Ling Tian loses, he should be satisfied. To be able to be challenged by the prodigy role, he's destined to be famous throughout the world. The ancient martial art practitioners in the square were all shocked and discussed animatedly. Some of the martial arts grandmasters on the steps were also stunned. This challenge was the complete opposite. Young Master Tianmu of the 6 young masters wanted to challenge young Master Ling Tian, who was at the martial spirit realm. Wasn't this flattering, young Master Ling Tian? What's going on? When Nangong Mingyue saw that everyone was looking at Li Ling Tian on the steps, she was stunned. Why would the 6 great young masters challenge this prince by name? In Sky Cloud's sect, Li Ling Tian was practically an ordinary person. However, Li Ling Tian had become a celebrity after a year of not seeing him. Tianmu, don't tell me you still want to give this young master 20 million? This young master has plenty of spirit stones, but if you want to give it to this young master won't mind having more. Li Ling Tian stood up and walked toward the arena in front of him. His face was calm and he had a faint smile on his face. Young noble Ling Tian, young noble Ling Tian. Young noble Ling Tian, young noble Ling Tian. Li Ling Tian's appearance was met with countless cheers. The hundreds of thousands of warriors in the plaza were shocked. This young warrior was surprisingly popular. Facing the martial arts grandmaster super expert and the 6 great young masters of the prodigy role, he did not have the slightest fear. On the contrary, he became incomparably calm. What courage! Facing young Master Tianmu, he actually called him Tianmu. This is a blatant provocation. The 2 of them are bound to fight, but Li Ling Tian doesn't stand a chance. What do you mean? Do you know about young Master Tianmu's strength? Of course. Young Master Tianmu is already a peak 5th level martial ancestor. He has countless earth-grade skills and profound armaments in his hands. He is extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a genius on the prodigy role. Li Ling Tian had already arrived at the arena amidst the discussions. He glared coldly at young Master Tianmu. He had robbed young Master Tianmu 2 days ago and he was not going to let him off the hook. How did he offend young Master Tianmu? With the Marquis family's status, they wouldn't dare to offend the 6 young masters. Nangong Mingyue was stunned when she saw Li Ling Tian walk onto the arena. This young man was completely different from 2 years ago. She could not pinpoint what was different about him. 2 years ago, this young man pursued her relentlessly, but she didn't even look at him. He didn't expect that he would change so much in just 2 years. This was the first time he took this young man who was 2 years younger than him seriously. He wasn't that annoying. On the contrary, he had an aura that made people feel close to him. He was elegant, calm, and composed, completely inconsistent with his age. Chapter 131. Young Master Tianmu, Defeat. Li Ling Tian, I've told you not to meet me in the arena. Otherwise, it'll be too late for you to regret it. Young Master Tianmu had a smile on his face, but he was extremely furious. He had actually been robbed by this young man last time. It would be embarrassing if word got out. Now that they were in the arena, Li Ling Tian was not allowed to use the demonic beast, and he would still be tormented to death. However, he was shocked. How could this youth enter the top 10? If it was luck, he would never believe it. However, he was no longer in the mood to think about those things because his hatred had already blinded his mind. Moreover, as long as he defeated one of the top 10, no one would challenge him. Such an opportunity was rare. This young master forgives you. Could it be that you have been bullied too much on the prodigy role? Otherwise, you wouldn't be looking for a sense of existence and superiority in front of this young master. Didn't I tell you last time? In my eyes, you're just trash. In my words, you're just a level 3 cripple. You're on the prodigy role. You've really embarrassed the prodigy role. If you want to die, just say it. It won't be too embarrassing even if you lose. Li Ling Tian spoke with a smile on his face. However, all the warriors below were stunned after he finished speaking. Young Master Tianmu was stunned as well. He then flew into a rage and circulated his true essence to the maximum, trying to suppress Li Ling Tian with his pressure. Rumble! The space trembled. The pressure of a martial arts grandmaster expert tore through the air. All the ancient martial art practitioners felt a sense of oppression. Might of the heavenly martial arts, He actually cultivated the might of the heavenly martial arts. The 6 great young masters really live up to their reputation. Among the martial arts grandmasters, the chances of being able to cultivate the might of the heavenly martial arts are only 1 in 10,000. I didn't expect him to actually cultivate the might of the heavenly martial arts. All the experts were shocked. Sensing the pressure of space, their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly circulated their cultivation to resist this pressure. The might of the heavenly martial arts is indeed powerful. It's a pity that my target isn't you. Otherwise, I'd definitely kill you. Yang Tianming was extremely shocked, and his face revealed an excited battle intent. What a cunning Tianmu. He actually wants to challenge a warrior spirit after defeating him. That way, even if he fails, he won't fall out of the prodigy role. How despicable. However, this Tianwu is indeed powerful. Shenluo Mingqing looked at the pressure in the air and said softly, "This was the rule. As long as someone on the prodigy role fought against the top 10 geniuses once, other than the top 3, they would not accept the challenge. Moreover, other than the top 3, the rest of the prodigy role could challenge a higher ranking. Even if they lost, they would not be excluded from the prodigy role. Haha, 3 days ago, my sect comprehended the might of the heavenly martial arts. One still have to thank you for that. To thank you, my sect will directly use the might of the heavenly martial arts to destroy you." Young Master Tianmu felt extremely good when he saw the shock of all the cultivators. A sense of superiority rose in his heart. On the steps, the Tang family, Qin family, Pingbei Marquis and his wife were looking at Li Lingtian worriedly. Li Lingtian was helpless against such pressure. Everyone thought of Li Lingtian being crushed and destroyed by the pressure. However, no one paid attention to Li Lingtian at this moment. In a world where the strong ruled, the strong were the focal point. Sigh, I said you don't have a good memory, but you just don't admit it. The might of the heavenly martial arts is nothing in front of me. The higher you stand, the worse you fall. Remember this lesson. Li Lingtian's expression was calm and collected as he spoke softly. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he activated the divine dragon ring and a shocking dragon energy burst out from the divine dragon ring and quickly spread into his body. The divine dragon ring was connected to his mind as one. The dragon energy inside kept circulating in his body. Instantly, his aura soared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Violent dragon energy burst forth along with Li Lingtian's aura. The air was torn apart and a shocking aura soared into the sky. A faint halo enveloped Li Lingtian as a peerless aura rose rapidly. What a violent aura! Where have I seen this aura before? 2. This is demonic power. It's dragon energy, inside Hidden Dragon Island. It's the dragon energy from Hidden Dragon Island. How could it appear on his body? How could he have dragon energy? For a moment, shocking dragon chi soared into the sky. All the martial artists were shocked, unable to believe the reality before their eyes. The knowledgeable warriors noticed that Li Lingtian was using dragon energy, but they were curious as to how a human like Li Lingtian could control dragon energy. True dragon chi, this is the true dragon chi. Nangong Haoming was shocked. Even the emperor was a true dragon, but he was also shocked by the true dragon chi. Rumble! The pressure of the heavenly martial arts and the soaring dragon energy immediately collided with the arena. Li Lingtian's body swayed. Every time they collided, Li Lingtian was forced to take a step back. Similarly, young Master Tianmu was equally shocked. He had cultivated the might of the heavenly martial force and had originally intended to compete for the top 3 on the Sons of Fleven role. However, he did not expect that he would be held back by a youth in the martial spirit realm. Moreover, he also discovered that his heavenly martial force was actually constantly weakening. If this continued, the heavenly martial force that he had just cultivated would be completely destroyed. The pressure was directly proportional to one's cultivation level. Only a very small number of people cultivated different cultivation techniques, so the pressure was stronger. A martial arts grandmaster could suppress martial artists below the martial arts grandmaster level with their pressure. It was like the aura of a demonic beast, one level suppressing another. However, All the warriors in the square were stunned by Li Lingtian's dragon energy. They had actually relied on this dragon energy to withstand the might of the celestial martial arts. True dragon protection, earth dragon power, destruction. Li Lingtian could feel the dragon energy flowing into the divine dragon ring slowly and continuously. He could hardly continue cultivating as his cultivation base was still too low. At this moment, the dragon energy in his entire body condensed, and the true dragon body barrier was also used. The first layer of the true dragon body barrier was the power of the earth dragon. Roar! The terrifying dragon energy formed a phantom of an earth dragon. The earth dragon tore through the space and crashed fiercely towards young Master Tianmu. Only the super experts above the martial royal realm had seen such a situation, and there were also martial royal realm experts who had controlled it. However, it was now on Li Lingtian. Young Master Tianmu was not the only one who was stunned. Even the owners of the hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes were stunned. Boom! With a loud explosion, the shadow of the earth dragon power bombarded young Master Tianmu's body. The pressure and dragon qi suppressed him, and the 5 elements were boundless. The person who was attacked had nowhere to escape. They could only rely on their cultivation and strength to resist it. Even ordinary treasures could not withstand it. It was like a sound wave attack that was everywhere. He spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt down weakly. His divine sense was shaken and his soul was drifting. Ice Vitality Divine Fist. Ice Seal. At the same time, the dragon energy on Li Lingtian's body vanished. However, once it was replaced by the frost energy, it spread out at an incredible speed. In an instant, the arena was frozen and formed a glacier. Sky Wave Crystal. Defense. Seeing that he was about to be turned into pieces by this glacier, young Master Tianmu was extremely shocked. He used his divine sense and forcefully took out an ancient crystal. The crystal gave off a mysterious light that enveloped his entire body. The glacier also shattered into pieces, but young Master Tianmu managed to escape from the light. Bang! With a soft sound, young Master Tianmu's body fell down. During the final blow, he used the Sky Wave Crystal to block himself and escaped death. The entire process only lasted for 5 seconds, but in the eyes of all the martial artists, it felt like a century had passed. When young Master Tianmu fell on the stage, all the martial artists woke up. Young Master Tianmu is dead. Young Master Tianmu was defeated. How is that possible? How could the 6 great young masters of the prodigy role be defeated like this? What a terrifying ice soul martial spirit. It's even more powerful than the last time outside the city gate. He even defeated the 6 great young masters so easily. Is he still at the martial spirit realm? Who would dare to provoke him? Countless warriors were discussing among themselves. The judges on the steps were all stunned. Nangong Mingyue was even more shocked. In her eyes, Li Lingtian had always been a rich second generation who relied on the North Peace Marquis residence. If it were not for the North Peace Marquis residence, he would not have dared to pursue her. However, Li Lingtian, whom she deemed as the worst, had defeated young Master Tianmu with ease. Could it be that he has been hiding? Could it be that his cultivation base has already reached the martial emperor realm? Otherwise, how could he be so popular? How could he enter the top 10? How could he be challenged by young Master Tianmu? How could he easily defeat young Master Tianmu on the prodigy role? Questions appeared in her mind. All of this was beyond her imagination. However, he was so powerful. Why was he still hiding and pursuing her? Recalling the disdain in Li Lingtian's eyes when she mentioned the distance between them, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Young Noble Lingtian. Young Noble Lingtians. Countless people were in awe. The martial spirit Li Lingtian who defeated young Master Tianmu on the Sons of Heaven role was the true genius. Amid the cheers, Nangong Mingyue was stunned in her seat, unable to believe what she was seeing. At that time, he was a Tier 9 peak warrior. When he returned to the imperial palace to cultivate in seclusion, he even said that the distance between them was too far. Now, he finally understood that the gap between them was too great. Others had easily defeated the 6 great young masters on the prodigy role, but he was still a Tier 7 warrior spirit. Li Lingtian has won. He's temporarily ranked 7th on the prodigy roll. Bai Ping announced loudly. Even as the host of the competition, he was extremely excited. He felt lucky for the empire to have such a super genius. Big brother Ling Tian is ranked 7th on the prodigy roll, and I'm big brother Ling Tian, the most powerful person in the world. Tang Ziming was extremely excited and could not help but shout loudly. Countless experts on the steps looked at Tang Ziming, this little girl. Chapter 132. Yang Tianming. Tian always surprises us. Qin Susu looked blissful as she looked at the young man in white on the ring. This was her son. Marquis Nanling, congratulations. Some warriors who were not far away from Tongzi City congratulated him. With such a son-in-law, the Tang family would have another great force in the future. What do you think? This Li Lingtian isn't bad, right? Nangong Haoming looked at the elegant young man on the stage with satisfaction and asked Nangong Mingyue who was beside him. This precious daughter of his was the #1 beauty in Sky Dragon Empire. However, Nangong Mingyue's standards were extremely high. She had never seen a genius disciple. The other princesses already had a prince consort, but she, the eldest princess, was not engaged yet. That's right, I think this Li Lingtian should be the one. He's a young genius and a dragon among men. He's a match made in heaven with my The Empress also spoke. She was extremely satisfied with the youth on the stage, as if she was looking at her own son-in-law. Father, mother, I don't want it. Besides, he already has Tang Ziming. Although he pursued you some time ago, I realized that something was wrong last time. He actually ignored you Nangong Mingyue's face turned red. As a young girl, she was most afraid of her elders mentioning her marriage, let alone facing that young man. The important thing was that he had flaunted his identity and status in front of that youth. Although he regretted it at that time, he still hated this youth in his heart for ignoring him. When she heard Tang Ziming's voice earlier, she naturally understood how much Tang Ziming cared about Li Lingtian. Moreover, it was a well-known fact that Tang Ziming was Li Lingtian's fiancé. This is not a problem. When the time comes, I will just announce an imperial edict. Nangong Haoming looked at his precious princess and could tell that she did not reject him. It was completely different from when he introduced her to the disciples of the aristocratic families. At the very least, she rejected him directly. After Li Lingtian returned to his seat at the top of the stairs, he immediately began to rest and recuperate while he waited for the next challenge. To him, the prodigy role was nothing. It was just an empty title. What he wanted was experience and strength. Tang Ziming did not disturb him. Instead, she snuggled up to Li Lingtian with a blissful expression on her face. Yang Tianming, please enlighten me. After Li Lingtian returned to the top of the stairs, Yang Tianming walked up to the arena and shouted out loud. All the warriors were instantly in an uproar. Yang Tianming had actually challenged Shenluo Mingqing, who was ranked first on the prodigy roll. Shenluo Mingqing was a super genius from the previous batch, and his strength had reached a terrifying level. Other than the super hermit experts from some mysterious families and sects in Sky Dragon Empire, there were very few people who were a match for Shenluo Mingqing. There were even countless martial artists who compared Shenluo Mingqing to some hermit experts. It could be seen how terrifying Shenluo Mingqing's strength was. Haha, there will be a new generation. Yang Tianming, you are a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster. You are qualified to fight with my sect. Come on. A young man was floating above the arena in a carefree manner. His eyes swept across the surroundings sharply, and an icy aura instantly erupted. All the surrounding martial artists hurriedly retreated and stayed far away from the arena, their hearts incomparably shocked. Our sect has been waiting for this day for 10 years. Last time, our sect was at a critical juncture in our cultivation. This time, we won't miss out on the prodigy role. The first place can only be occupied by a true expert. Yang Tianming's body also floated up, and he looked at Shenluo Mingqing. The air suddenly became extremely oppressive, and the atmosphere was extremely strange. Everyone back off. When Bai Ping saw Yang Tianming and Shenluo Mingqing going up against each other, he was instantly excited. These were two super geniuses. They could be said to be the strongest geniuses in Sky Dragon Empire. Peak battle, this is the pinnacle battle. Yang Tianming is known as Sky Dragon Empire's #1 genius in the past 10 years. He's a 6th-rank martial arts grandmaster. Shenluo Mingqing was a super genius from the previous batch. The two #1 geniuses will meet. There's going to be a good show. That's right. In this competition, the battle between these two #1 geniuses is the most exciting. But I wonder who is stronger between the two? One still think that Shenluo Mingqing's cultivation is at the peak of the 6th step. The various profound armaments and skills in his hands are peerless. Countless super experts started to discuss. This was the battle between the super geniuses of Sky Dragon Empire. Even the judges were shocked. Their strength and cultivation were not as deep as the two geniuses. Rumble! With an explosion, two shocking auras collided. Shenluo Mingqing's body trembled and he took a few steps back. Yang Tianming was even sent flying. He only stopped after retreating 10 meters. His face was pale and purple. He was a 6th-tier martial arts grandmaster, but Shenluo Mingqing was already at the peak of the 6th tier. His cultivation was clearly deeper than Yang Tianming's. What a deep cultivation! If I were to face one of them, using pressure would be asking for a beating. Li Lingtian was shocked. Two super geniuses were the true powerhouses. Flame Dragon Wave. H. Clear Ice Art. A. Earth rank skills collided in the air. The two figures kept flashing, and the space was torn inch by inch. For a moment, all the martial artists' eyes revealed a shocked and worshipful light. 7 forms of heaven's destruction. Sword of destruction. Yang Tianming's face revealed a look of shock. The #1 on the prodigy roll was indeed incomparably powerful. He had used more than 10 mystic and earth-ranked skills in succession, but there was no effect at all. On the contrary, he was suppressed by the other party. With determination in his heart, he used the Yang family's 7 sky-destroying styles. Suddenly, he waved his hand and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. He used the sword technique and a huge sword light appeared in the sky. Low-grade Emperor Weapon Obliteration Sword. The Yang family's low-grade Emperor weapon. This is the Sword of Destruction. He has actually cultivated the Sword of Destruction that no one has been able to cultivate for 1,000 years. All the warriors were shocked, including Li Lingtian. The Imperial weapon's pressure was indeed overbearing. What profound weapon was it? It was just trash. A murderous aura filled the world, as if the end of the world had arrived. Icy Jade, Heaven and Earth Splitter. Shenluo Mingqing was also extremely shocked. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He was afraid that he would not be able to keep the Sons of Heaven rankings this time. At this time, if he still held back, he wouldn't even be able to keep his name. However, that shameless person actually plotted against him and seriously injured him. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about this Yang Tianming. A burst of heaven and earth's frosty chi was unleashed. It was even more powerful than Li Lingtian's Ice Vitality Divine Fist, causing a glacier to descend from the arena. A huge ice sword appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, Shenluo Mingqing spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. What happened? Shenluo Mingqing was able to use this move easily 10 years ago. After 10 years, he has already mastered the Heaven and Earth Splitter. Why is it that there's a backlash when he uses it now? Not good. He's already injured. Otherwise, his mind wouldn't be shaken. What is it? Is he injured? That's right. Use your spiritual sense to observe his aura and the circulation of his true chi. This injury was left behind within these 10 days. Could it be that someone plotted against him for the prodigy role? On the stairs, a few super experts could tell that something was wrong. With Shenluo Mingqing's strength, it was extremely easy for him to use this move. However, when he used it, he actually spat out blood. Countless martial artists started to suspect him. Only martial arts grandmasters could tell that something was wrong with Shenluo Mingqing. Fuck, he actually got injured during the competition. This matter definitely isn't that simple. Li Lingtian could also tell that something was wrong with Shenluo Mingqing. When he heard the other powerhouse's words, he swept his divine perception over and immediately discovered Shenluo Mingqing's injuries. What a terrifying power of flames. The one who ambushed him should be a terrifying fire martial soul expert. Li Lingtian was shocked. There was a trace of terrifying flaming power in Shenluo Mingqing's meridians. If not for his flaming sacred body and the power of the Nine Suns' sacred flame, he would not have noticed the flaming power. Li Lingtian had experienced the outcome of a powerhouse with an ice-type martial soul being infused with flaming energy. As long as he didn't circulate his cultivation, the power of the flames would slowly erode his ice-type true yuan. As long as he circulated his cultivation, the power of the flames would explode, causing his meridians to be in chaos and his cultivation to decrease greatly. Kacha! In an instant, the power of the destruction sword collided with the ice sword. Without any suspense, the ice sword shattered into pieces, and the destruction sword chi bombarded Shenluo Mingqing's body. The moment Shenluo Mingqing was hit, a mysterious aura appeared. The mysterious aura neutralized most of the attack, but Shenluo Mingqing still lost half of his life in front of the destruction sword. In the end, he fell down fiercely and fell below the arena. For a moment, all the martial artists in the entire square were shocked. Shenluo Mingqing was defeated? Is that possible? This is impossible. Shenluo Mingqing was defeated just like that. He lost so miserably. Yang Tianming has won. He's ranked first on the prodigy roll. Dozens of gazes landed on Yang Tianming. The strong were respected. Although Shenluo Mingqing had lost strangely, Yang Tianming was now number 1 on the prodigy roll. On the stairs, the representatives of the 10 great families and 4 great sects, except for the Yang family, had ugly expressions on their faces. Yang Tianming's rise was definitely not a good thing for them. Yang Tianming wins. Bai Ping announced loudly, and then the square burst into cheers. The Yang family disciples were even more proud. Yang Qingtian, your Yang family has gained a heaven-defying talent. Nangong Haoming looked at Yang Tianming and smiled. He turned to look at Yang Qingtian, the patriarch of the Yang family. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. Yang Qingtian stood up and said happily. Suddenly, countless experts congratulated Yang Qingtian. With such a super expert, the Yang family's future was limitless. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Bai Ping shouted loudly. This time, 2 people were squeezed out of the prodigy roll at the beginning. They had won both challenges. This meant that the disciples of Sky Dragon Empire had improved very quickly. Following that, the 8 disciples in the top 10 challenged each other. 2 more entered the prodigy roll. One was from the Green Jade sect, and the other was from the Sky Cloud sect. The others all left the stage regretfully. After all, their cultivation and strength were still there. In a few years, these top 10 geniuses would definitely not be inferior to those on the prodigy roll. Chapter 133, Peak Duel 1. Yang Tianming is here. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? This sect will accept it. Yang Tianming's face revealed an excited expression. He looked down on the world with a domineering aura as his sharp eyes swept across all the martial artists. Is there nothing else? Your Majesty, please make the decision and bestow the marriage to Tianming. Yang Tianming looked at all the martial artists, but no one came forward to challenge him. Indeed, even Shenluo Mingqing had been defeated. Who else would fight for first place? However, none of the martial artists expected Yang Tianming to request for a marriage to Nangong Haoming. As everyone knew, Nangong Haoming had 3 princesses and 2 princes. The second and third princesses were already married. Only Princess Chong, Nangong Mingyue, was not married yet. Naturally, Yang Tianming wanted the emperor to bestow the eldest princess to him. Nangong Mingyue was also stunned. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. She knew that her father's plan was to choose the prince consort this time. Now that Yang Tianming was ranked first on the prodigy roll and had proposed, her father would definitely agree. It was just that she had never thought that she would be marrying someone in her 30s or 40s. She suddenly felt a little sad. This was the sorrow of being a child of the royal family. She was high and mighty, but she had no choice. Everyone was silent as they waited for Nangong Haoming's reply. To everyone, this was a joyous occasion. But at this moment, a faint voice sounded. The Yang family is so fucking embarrassing. They don't even look at their pig-like appearance. They still have the face to show off here. If it were me, I would have hidden long ago. Shock and shock filled the square. Although the voice was calm, it was not soft. In addition, there was a sound amplification stone in the square, so the voice spread to everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Lingtian standing up on the steps. He stretched as if he had just woken up. Yang Qingtian's expression was extremely ugly. He actually cursed the Yang family in front of everyone. He was extremely furious. Last time, they lost more than 20 martial kings outside the city gate, and the authority of the city defense team was taken away. It was all because of this youth, and now he was insulting the Yang family. It was unbearable. Tian Big Brother Ling Tian. Li Suifeng, his wife, and Tang Ziming were shocked beyond words. They knew a little about Li Lingtian's personality, but under such circumstances, why would he provoke Yang Tianming, the number one on the prodigy roll? Tang Ziming looked at Li Lingtian with her bright eyes. She had a bad feeling. Could it be that brother Ling Tian insulted the Yang family after hearing Yang Tianming's proposal? It was no wonder that she would think so, since Li Lingtian had pursued the eldest princess before. Meng Meng, do you believe me? Sometimes, a man will not fall behind when he has to do something. Li Lingtian looked at Tang Ziming with a serious expression. He felt a little guilty. He was not doing this for the Sons of Heaven rankings but for Nangong Mingyue. However, it wasn't because Nangong Mingyue was proposed to by Yang Tianming. It was because Nangong Mingyue owed him something, and he had to pay back what he owed. Otherwise, his cultivation would never be able to advance. In the depths of his soul, Nangong Mingyue and Tang Ziming were the only ones with regrets. Now that Tang Ziming had him to take care of her, he would not mistreat her. However, Nangong Mingyue had to settle the debt she owed Li Lingtian. I believe in Big Brother Ling Tian. Tang Ziming looked into Li Lingtian's eyes and nodded earnestly. Li Lingtian had mentioned that she was his fiancée. I don't believe you, you bastard. Are you going to let Meng Meng suffer? Tang Qingyue could not stand it anymore. She knew that Li Lingtian had pursued Nangong Mingyue before. Now that such a thing had happened, she naturally misunderstood Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian walked down step by step without turning his head. There was a faint smile in his eyes. Li Lingtian, do you have the guts to step onto the arena? Yang Tianming suppressed his anger. In the arena, facing hundreds of thousands of martial artists, he wouldn't lose his composure because his image was important. If he destroyed his image for an ant, he would be stupid. Yang Tianming, goading me is useless. If one want to look for you, even the gods can't stop me. If I don't want to pay attention to you, even the gods can't persuade me. You are very lucky today. The prodigy role is not something trash like you can enter. This young master is ashamed to be in your company. As Li Lingtian spoke calmly, he walked up the 10-meter-tall arena and stood at the edge of the arena. He glared at Yang Tianming coldly as he began to plan his next move. Could it be that young noble Ling Tian wants to challenge the number one on the prodigy roll? The hearts of the people aren't satisfied. He's already ranked 7th on the prodigy roll, yet he still wants to challenge the number one. He's just looking for trouble. That it can't be because of the eldest princess, right? It seems like young noble Ling Tian pursued the eldest princess in Sky Cloud sect. So that's why. If young noble Ling Tian is willing to challenge an omnipotent expert for me, I'm willing to die. All the martial artists were guessing constantly, and some young girls were even more infatuated. On the steps and in the square, Some super experts were looking curiously at the two martial artists on the stage. Could it really be for me? Nangong Mingyue was shocked. She couldn't describe what she was feeling. This young man she looked down on had once ignored her, but now he was fighting the number one on the prodigy roll, Yang Tianming, for her. Li Xuefeng and his wife looked solemn, but they did not say a word. Tang Qingyue's expression was ugly. She gently hugged Tang Ziming and said something softly, as if she was comforting Tang Ziming. Tang Zicheng and his wife's expressions were also extremely ugly. Their future son-in-law, whom they were so proud of, had actually done such a thing. However, the rest of the warriors were looking curiously at Yang Tianming and Li Lingtian to see how Li Lingtian would get off the stage. What's wrong? You want to fight me? Yang Tianming laughed out loud as if he had just encountered the funniest thing. A martial spirit realm cultivator had managed to enter the prodigy role by luck. Could it be that he wanted to make a move against him now? Who do you think you are? Don't overestimate yourself. Heaven flipping seal. The power of heaven and earth. Li Lingtian glared at Yang Tianming coldly as he waved his right hand in a strange manner at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, a huge palm print was hurled down at Yang Tianming. The space carried the power of heaven and earth. Li Lingtian's aura was integrated with the power of heaven and earth. The answer to Yang Tianming was an attack. This was the answer. There was no need for nonsense. All of the cultivators were stunned. They really dared to attack Yang Tianming. Moreover, the speed of this attack was several times faster than the previous sky-turning seal. Damn it! Heavenly Monarch Crimson Light. Behead. Yang Tianming was also shocked. He used his divine sense and a peerless profound-level weapon appeared. Suddenly, a destructive force bombarded the heaven-flipping seal. A Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster. Number 1 on the Sons of Heaven roll. He was indeed powerful. The two attacks collided fiercely. A shocking explosion sounded and the arena shook. Heaven and earth shattering break. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. He could not defeat Yang Tianming, who was a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to strike first. However, Yang Tianming was completely fine under the heaven-flipping seal's attack. Crimson Light Heavenly Monarch's attack and the heaven-flipping seal's giant palm print disappeared. Facing such an expert, he did not dare to hesitate. If he lost the initiative, he would lose his life. A destructive force slammed into the arena. Suddenly, countless shocking forces soared into the sky and quickly bombarded Yang Tianming. Spiral Shield, suppress. Yang Tianming was also extremely surprised. This youth's strength was indeed not simple. He had used 2 Earth rank skills in a row. His strength was also extremely powerful. Although he could not compare to Shenluo Qingming, not many people could defeat this youth. Rumble. 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 Explosions were heard from the arena as Li Lingtian continued to unleash his powerful attacks. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. However, no matter how Li Lingtian attacked, Yang Tianming easily countered it. Everyone knew that Li Lingtian had the upper hand, or else he would have failed long ago. Li Lingtian understood that a warrior ascendant could at least fly in the air. His true essence was countless times stronger than his vital energy. If he hadn't used his ultimate moves to tie Yang Tianming down, he would have been completely defeated when Yang Tianming flew into the sky. 2. Ice Vitality Divine Fist. Icebound 1,000 miles. Dominating Heaven Fist. Destruction. 1,000 Shadow Petals. One powerful attack after another was unleashed. Immediately, there was no longer a single martial artist within 500 meters of the arena. They used their protective shields to watch the shocking battle on the arena from afar. Li Lingtian knew that it was almost impossible for him to win. Yang Tianming's strength was beyond his imagination. Rumble! With a loud explosion, Li Lingtian's body was thrown out. He spat out a mouthful of blood before he fell onto the arena. Big Brother Lingtian. Tang Ziming and Li Xuefeng were heartbroken. A warrior spirit realm was fighting against the number 1 prodigy of the martial sect, and he had the upper hand, yet he was still heavily injured. Yang Tianming's entire body was covered in a layer of powerful light shield. Li Lingtian's attacks were powerful, but his cultivation base was still too low to break through Yang Tianming's defense. After injuring Li Lingtian, Yang Tianming's face was filled with killing intent. This young man was only 16 years old now. If he was given a few more years, he would be threatened as well. Now, he was going to kill the genius in the cradle. Humph, the light of a firefly can be compared to the brilliance of the moon. In the eyes of others, you are a genius, but in front of my sect, you are just an ant. Yang Tianming said lightly as he glared at Li Lingtian on the arena. He was elated to see hundreds of thousands of warriors looking at him with admiration. Indeed, the light of a firefly can be compared to the brilliance of the moon. Roar dragon battle halberd, die! Li Lingtian stood up lightly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand. His face was filled with killing intent. He had used a few skills and a few supreme-grade profound armaments, but he was still unable to defeat Yang Tianming. He could not even break through his opponent's defense. If it wasn't for his Earth-grade skill and peerless profound-level weapon, he would have lost long ago and might have been killed. A powerful dragon energy surged out, and the true dragon body barrier was used again. The roaring dragon battle halberd received the powerful dragon energy and burst out with a dragon roar. Chapter 134. Number 1 on the Prodigy Roll. Li Lingtian's body tore through the air as he charged toward Yang Tianming. 7 forms of sky destruction. Yang Heaven Sword. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, the attack of the roaring dragon battle halberd was cancelled out, and the huge sword light of the Sun Heaven Sword was also destroyed. All the warriors were shocked to think that he had managed to break the 7 forms of sky destruction. They were all curious to see the roaring dragon combat halberd in Li Lingtian's hands. They wondered what grade the weapon was. It was 3 meters long and exuded a powerful pressure. Li Lingtian looked like a god of war who had descended to the mortal world. He looked at Yang Tianming coldly and smiled bitterly in his heart. The roaring dragon battle halberd was unable to defeat Yang Tianming. He steeled his heart and put away the roaring dragon battle halberd. On the square and on the steps, all the martial artists did not dare to breathe too loudly. They were all shocked to see the battle between the 2 heaven-defying geniuses on the arena. Heaven and earth burning. The earth-shattering flames appeared on the arena with the power to burn everything in the world. For a moment, all the martial artists cried out in surprise. Ice and fire martial souls. That ice martial spirit, how come you have the flame martial spirit at the same time? He's actually a genius with ice and fire martial souls. In the past 10,000 years, Eastern Spirit Azure Continent is the first to possess ice and fire dual martial souls. What a terrifying power of flames. Countless powerhouses were shocked. They knew how powerful Li Lingtian's ice soul martial soul was, but they did not expect him to have a flaming martial soul. Fortunately, they did not know that Li Lingtian possessed the flaming sacred body. Otherwise, they would have been shocked beyond words. Flame gold light. Yang Tianming was shocked when he discovered Li Lingtian's fire-type martial soul and sensed the destructive power of the heaven and earth conflagration. With a wave of his hand, he circulated his true essence to the maximum, and a shocking beam of light shot toward Li Lingtian's heaven and earth conflagration. Rumble. Chi. The heaven and earth conflagration and the golden light collided with a loud bang. The 2 terrifying attacks made a sizzling sound, and the space trembled continuously. A strange sound rang out, and all the martial artists were stunned. Yang Tianming spat out a mouthful of blood as he was injured. This was the first time he was injured by a warrior spirit realm warrior since his battle with Li Lingtian. Courting death, courting death. 7 forms of sky destruction, sword of destruction. Yang Tianming was also stunned by Li Lingtian's heaven and earth conflagration. The top ranker on the Sons of Heaven roll was actually injured by a warrior spirit. It was a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. This was an unforgivable humiliation. In his rage, he did not care about the blood at the corner of his mouth. He circulated his true essence to the limit, and the world trembled. Everyone in the square revealed a terrified expression. On the steps, Li Suifeng, his wife, Tang Ziming and the rest were stunned. Shenluo Qingming, who was ranked first on the Sons of Heaven roll, had been defeated by this move. Now, Li Lingtian was facing the same move. Li Lingtian looked at the sword of destruction with a hint of despair in his heart. He had used all sorts of tricks, but he was not confident that he could withstand this move. It was already too late for him to use the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber. Moreover, he could not control the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber. He couldn't take out the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron from the Divine Dragon Ring. Looking at the Destruction Sword, a trace of viciousness appeared in his heart. If one die, you will die with me. 9 Suns Holy Fire, Flaming Sacred Body, Fire Dragon's Flame, Cold Ice Sheath. Ice and fire are incompatible. This young master wants to defy the heavens. Li Lingtian looked at the destruction sword before him. No one present could withstand this attack, let alone himself. As for other treasures, skills, and even jade talismans, he did not have the slightest confidence in blocking this destructive sword attack. He made up his mind and forcefully used the ice-fire combination that he had been unable to comprehend for a long time. He used the 9 Suns Holy Fire and several types of raging flames to the extreme. Then, he also used his Ice Soul Martial Soul. Instantly, his entire body was torn apart by the raging flames and the Ice Soul. However, after being tempered by the Dragon Chi, the combination of the 9 Suns Holy Fire and the immemorial Ice Crystal could not destroy him at all. All the martial artists were frightened. Looking at the youth on the stage, fear appeared in their hearts. To actually circulate 2 mutually countering cultivation techniques together, this was courting death. Li Lingtian's face revealed a crazed expression. He raised both his hands and a dark blue icy soul appeared in his left hand. It looked like a glacier. A ball of mysterious flames appeared in his right hand. The flames seemed to be about to devour the world. Ice and fire. 2. The Tao comes from the 9 heavens. Ice and fire complement each other. The 9 heavens will destroy the world. Li Lingtian muttered to himself as his expression gradually calmed down. However, his hands quickly joined together. Instantly, the ice and flames fused together, and an aura of death and destruction spread out. The world trembled as if it was the end of the world. At the intersection of the flames and the glaciers, the aura of death and destruction became even denser. At that moment, the sword of destruction slashed down at Li Lingtian with incredible speed. Yang Tianming was shocked as well. He felt a sense of fear toward the aura. Naturally, he would not allow the aura to appear in such a situation. He wanted to kill Li Lingtian in one move. However, it was too late. The 2 opposing ultimate attributes in Li Lingtian's hands combined to form a shocking beam of light that shot toward the destruction sword. Rumble! A shocking explosion sounded, and a halo scattered in all directions. Immediately, the arena shattered into pieces, and the energy shot in all directions. The defenses of countless martial artists were directly destroyed. Ah! Impossible! Our sect is the first on the prodigy roll. No one can kill our sect. Da-da! Boom! The shocking halo carried destruction and death. Yang Tianming was the first to bear the brunt. The halo directly entered his body, and a mysterious light burst out. Yang Tianming's face was filled with fear as he screamed crazily. Immediately after, a mysterious light exploded from his body. Yang Tianming didn't have the slightest resistance as his body turned transparent from the light and finally exploded into pieces. Li Lingtian forcefully circulated his true qi and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, his Tier 9 warrior spirit's peak perfection state loosened. Tier 9 warrior spirit. Break. With a roar of rage, he circulated the remaining genuine qi in his body. He quickly circulated the Heaven and Earth reincarnation technique, and his genuine qi directly broke through the bottleneck. He entered the martial king realm naturally. A powerful aura soared into the sky. The spirit qi around Li Lingtian was sucked in fiercely and was quickly absorbed into his body. Yang Tianming died. Yang Tianming was killed. How is that possible? Li Lingtian is breaking through. He's already at the martial king realm. He's breaking through during the battle. The fluctuation of heaven and earth spirit qi jolted all the stunned warriors awake. Yang Tianming had disappeared and was defeated by Li Lingtian. This unbelievable fact was laid before their eyes. What was even more shocking was that the one who had killed Yang Tianming, who was ranked first on the prodigy roll, was Li Lingtian, a warrior spirit. Now, not only did Li Lingtian not die, he had even achieved a breakthrough, too. Young Master Lingtian, number 1 on the prodigy roll. Young Master Lingtian, number 1 on the prodigy roll. Young Master Lingtian, number 1 on the prodigy roll. The strong were respected. Yang Tianming's death shocked all the martial artists, but the person who killed Yang Tianming was an even more powerful expert. This expert had even broken through after defeating Yang Tianming. Li Lingtian, return my son's life. Yang Qingtian woke up in shock. Seeing his son killed, he roared crazily as if he had been struck by lightning. Yang Qingtian, mind your image. Yang Qingtian, watch your manners. That's the arena. On the steps, all the cultivators were pressing down on Yang Qingtian. Since Yang Tianming was dead, they naturally wouldn't help the Yang family. Big brother Ling Tian 1. Tian 1. Tang Ziming and Li Xuefeng were so excited that tears flowed down their faces. Tang Zicheng and his wife were relieved as well. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be the one to win by killing Yang Tianming. I've said before that one should keep a low profile. If one doesn't seek death, one won't die. Li Lingtian stood up. There was not the slightest injury on his body. After breaking through to the warrior king realm, his entire body was filled with immense strength. The difference between the martial spirit realm and the martial king realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. If he were to face Yang Tianming now, he would definitely not be in such a sorry state. Young noble Lingtian. Young noble Lingtians. Cheers erupted and reverberated throughout the entire square. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists were excited. This young man actually had ice and fire martial souls and had killed a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster super genius with one final strike. Now that he had broken through during the battle and become a king of the martial path, his strength had become even more powerful. One hereby announced that Li Lingtian has become number 1 on the prodigy roll. Bai Ping announced loudly. Immediately, the square was in an uproar again. The experts on the steps also congratulated Li Xuefeng and his wife, and countless others congratulated Tang Zicheng. He won. What is a genius? This is a genius. In front of him, I'm just a clown. Nangong Mingyue's expression was numb. She thought about the past. This young man was pursuing her, but she ignored him and even called him a good-for-nothing. Li Lingtian, Yang Tianming has requested for a marriage. Now that you've defeated Yang Tianming, I'll grant you the marriage and betroth the eldest princess to you. Nangong Haoming said loudly. Instantly, everyone in the square was filled with envy and jealousy. The eldest princess was the number 1 beauty in Sky Dragon Empire. Now that she was bestowed with a marriage, everyone was envious. This is a match made in heaven. The number 1 genius on the prodigy roll, the number 1 beauty of Sky Dragon Empire. This is a joyous occasion for Sky Dragon Empire. In this world, only young noble Lingtian can accompany the eldest princess. Only a peerless beauty like the eldest princess is worthy of young noble Lingtian. Countless warriors congratulated him as all their attention was focused on Li Lingtian and Nangong Mingyue. Tang Ziming's expression was calm, and a string of tears fell. Her heart was extremely uncomfortable. However, just as everyone was congratulating Li Lingtian and Nangong Mingyue, Li Lingtian spoke in a calm voice. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Forgive me for not being able to accept your betrothal. I'm just a second-generation heir. My status is worlds apart from the eldest princess. Besides, Tang Ziming is my fiancé. How can I make her sad? Li Lingtian stood proudly in the arena as he gazed tenderly at the heartbroken Tang Ziming on the steps. At that moment, his heart was in agony. With such a girl suffering for him, what else could he not be satisfied with? Chapter 135. Martial Emperor. In his previous life, he had thought that the greatest happiness was to have beautiful women as many as the clouds. Now that he had come to this world, there was a peerless beautiful girl who loved him. In this life, all the girls around him were incomparable to the so-called beauties in his previous life. However, he now understood that there was no need for too many beauties. As long as they were compatible, they would be perfect. Nangong Mingyue was beautiful and had her own merits like Tang Ziming. However, he was no longer in the mood. He had defeated Yang Tianming and rejected Nangong Haoming's betrothal not because he was petty, but because Li Lingtian's wish had to be fulfilled. Now that it had been fulfilled, he was finally free. In this world, those who came out to mingle would have to pay back sooner or later. Big brother Ling Tian. Tang Ziming's tears could not help but fall. She was already extremely happy in her heart. With brother Ling Tian's words, she would have no regrets even if she died. It turned out that her big brother Ling Tian wanted to regain his lost face, and she would always have a place in his heart. She was his wife. This bastard. Tang Qingyue was also very excited. She was happy for her sister. She thought she could understand this young man, but now she realized that he did not follow the rules. This youth was young and unrestrained, extremely powerful, and perfect in all aspects. There was no woman in the world who would not go crazy for a young man like him. In the beginning, she had really misunderstood Li Lingtian. My Tian is a true man. A smile appeared on Li Xuefeng's face. He had to admit that he was extremely impressed by his son. It was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but under such circumstances, he still thought about Tang Ziming at all times. A son-in-law is half a son. I, Tang Zicheng, am relieved that Meng Meng can follow him. Tang Zicheng looked at the young man in the arena with satisfaction. Although it was inappropriate to reject the emperor's betrothal in front of hundreds of thousands of people, no one in Sky Dragon Empire dared to touch Li Lingtian with the Tang, Li, Qin, and Lan families. On the stairs, Nangong Mingyue's expression changed drastically. He was young and handsome, the #1 genius on the Sons of Heaven rankings. He was a martial spirit realm warrior who killed a Tier 6 martial grandmaster genius and became a martial king in battle. Who could be more stunning than him? He was extremely curious about this young man, and he was satisfied with this young man. He regretted what he had said last time. It was a good thing that her father had given her a marriage. At least she did not marry an old man. However, she never expected Li Lingtian to reject the marriage in front of hundreds of thousands of people. He even said that his status was worlds apart from the princess. Wasn't this what he had said the last time? Could it be that he had risked his life to fight the #1 genius on the prodigy roll just for this sentence? Could it be that he was taking the risk to fight a martial arts grandmaster to take revenge on him? You're too cruel. Could it be that you defeated Yang Tianming just to take revenge on me? Do you really hate me that much? The square was silent. The young genius had rejected the marriage. A peerless beauty had become his wife and the emperor's son-in-law, but he had actually been rejected. Everyone looked at Li Lingtian in confusion. Even the countless young girls who admired Li Lingtian looked at him in confusion. Most of them were mesmerized by Li Lingtian's words because he was willing to reject the #1 beauty in Sky Dragon Empire for Tang Ziming. Nangong Mingyue's voice was heard softly as she stared at Li Lingtian with a pale face. It was as if only the two of them existed in this world. Everyone was shocked. Needless to say, there must be something between the two of them. Men, there are things to do and things not to do. 2 years ago, one was just a martial apprentice. You once said that our identities were worlds apart. It's impossible to bear grudges. I've said it before, men have their own ways of doing things. I'm just doing what I should do. Li Lingtian said calmly. He felt that something was amiss when he saw Nangong Mingyue's expression. Did he do something wrong? That's right. He would not regret what he had done. This was something he had to do. In this world the strong were respected. There was no right or wrong. He was only a martial apprentice back then. There was indeed a huge difference. No one could have imagined that he would have today's achievements. Men, there are things to do and things not to do. All the martial artists were shocked. They were their own men, but had they done this? He was a young man who knew these principles at the age of 16 and had been practicing them all this time, but he did not understand them. Understand. I was too harsh with my words back then. I'm sorry. Nangong Mingyue was stunned. She had already regretted her harsh words at that time, which had left a deep impression on the young man. Now, she understood that she was really wrong. She bowed to Li Lingtian and apologized. Hundreds of thousands of people were shocked. The dignified imperial princess had apologized to Li Lingtian. Very few people could understand the things between the two of them, but the two of them were the most perfect existences in everyone's hearts. You two little fellows can settle your own matters. I don't want to interfere. Nangong Haoming knew that he wouldn't succeed even if he interfered. Instead of doing this, he might as well find a way out. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Lingtian bowed to Nangong Haoming and slowly walked down the arena. However, just as he lifted his foot, his expression changed drastically. An earth-shattering and destructive pressure blasted toward him. This was a pressure and not an attack. He used his entire body's defense and the true dragon body barrier, but in front of this pressure, he was as weak as an ant. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was extremely pale. He looked at the void in horror. What happened? What's going on? How did he get injured? Who could injure him? Everyone was horrified. Li Lingtian, who was known as Sky Dragon Empire's #1 genius, had become a warrior king and his strength had skyrocketed. Yet, someone still managed to injure Li Lingtian without him noticing. Who had such terrifying strength? Such strength had already exceeded their imagination. Rumble! In the sky there was an explosion. Two whirlwind-like pressures collided fiercely, and space was torn apart. Beichen Wuyo, you broke the rules. A calm voice came from the depths of the palace. An old man appeared out of thin air and looked into the distance in the direction Li Lingtian was staring at. Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor, it's really a Martial Emperor. Sky Dragon Empire's guardian god, Qingming Martial Emperor. It's Lord Martial Emperor. Seeing the black-robed elder in the void, countless martial arts grandmasters were excited. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Sky Dragon Empire's Imperial Palace's guardian god, a martial emperor expert, 4th-level martial emperor Qingming. In Sky Dragon Empire, there were martial emperors in the top 3 families, the 4 major sects, and the Imperial Palace. Qing Styx, who was known as one of the 7 martial emperors of Sky Dragon Empire, had actually appeared at this time. One of the 100-meter-wide whirlwinds in the sky belonged to Force Emperor Qingming. The other one should be a Force Emperor as well. A martial royal realm expert had appeared at the Sky Dragon Empire's competition venue, and even made a move. This matter was not simple. Qingming, one haven't seen you for 100 years. Your cultivation has improved a lot. You'd better not interfere in this matter. As his voice faded, a blue-robed old man strangely appeared in front of Qing Styx. No one knew how this old man appeared. Beichen Wuyo? Could it be the Beichen family of the 4 great divine guard families in Tianjin Empire? Why would a martial emperor from Tianjin Empire come to Sky Dragon Empire and injure a super genius from Sky Dragon Empire? Do you want the 2 empires to fight? The Beichen family is jealous of Sky Dragon Empire's super genius and wants to kill the genius in the cradle. How shameless! You want to kill a genius on the Sons of Heaven role in Sky Dragon Empire? With Martial Emperor Qingming here, you must be dreaming. Countless warriors were infuriated. Even those who were jealous of Li Lingtian were infuriated. No matter how much they disliked Li Lingtian, he was still a member of Sky Dragon Empire. Now that Tianjin Empire had come to kill the people of Sky Dragon Empire, Who in Sky Dragon Empire wouldn't be furious? Beichen Wuyo, do you know what you are doing? This is Sky Dragon Empire. If we leave immediately, one can let bygones be bygones. Qing Stix looked at Beichen Wuyo in the distance and was extremely shocked. He did not expect Beichen Wuyo to be a 4th-level martial emperor and not weaker than him. If they fought, they would be evenly matched. However, this was the capital of Sky Dragon Empire. If the martial emperors fought, hundreds of thousands of people here would suffer. Moreover, he might not be able to defeat Beichen Wuyo. Haha, he can leave, but his life is mine. Beichen Wuyo pointed at Li Lingtian below and spoke indifferently. If Sky Dragon Empire had such a heaven-defying genius, he would become a threat to Tianjin Empire in the future if he was not killed. He would not give any genius who had the potential to become a martial emperor a chance. He had come here this time because he had received an imperial edict from the imperial palace of Tianjin Empire. Don't you know how foolish you are to kill a disciple on the Sons of Heaven roll in front of Sky Dragon Empire? After Qing Stix finished speaking, the pressure from his body rose. The space trembled. The pressure of a martial emperor could make anyone below the martial emperor level become an ant. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists felt this shocking pressure, as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Killing him is a piece of cake. I won't fight with you today, but you won't be idle either. Beichen Wuyo chuckled, and a silver flying dragon appeared in the air. A shocking demonic chi erupted in the sky. Tier 5, Level 4 Silver-Winged Flying Dragon. Tier 5 Silver Dragon. The Beichen family's Tier 5 Silver-Winged Flying Dragon. 5th Order 4th Level Demonic Beast is equivalent to a 4th Order Martial Arts Grandmaster. It's over this time. With the Silver-Winged Flying Dragon holding back the Qingming Martial Emperor, Li Lingtian is doomed against Beichen Wuyo. Everyone was shocked when they saw the silver-winged flying dragon appear in the sky. A rank 5 demonic beast and Beichen Wuyo were both martial emperors. It was no wonder he dared to come to Sky Dragon City. He had brought a Tier 5 silver-winged flying dragon with him. As long as the silver-winged flying dragon could restrain Force Emperor Qingming for a moment, he could kill Li Lingtian. It turned out that everything had been calculated. It seemed that he had long planned to kill the number 1 genius on the prodigy roll. Chapter 136. Silver-Winged Flying Dragon. Beichen Wuyo, you've calculated well. Commander of the Divine Guards, come out and join forces to kill the silver-winged flying dragon. Qing Stix shouted loudly. His expression was also uncertain. A super genius was the future of the empire, not to mention in front of hundreds of thousands of warriors. If he left them alone, the hearts of the people in Sky Dragon Empire would definitely fall apart. With that said, 8 figures flew out of the imperial palace, and a violent aura erupted in the air. Rank 8 Martial Arts Grandmaster. They are all Rank 8 Martial Arts Grandmasters. So this is the Imperial Palace's Divine Guard. They are indeed powerful. 8 Rank 8 Martial Arts Grandmasters. Even if they can't kill the silver-winged flying dragon, they should be enough to hold it back. All the powerhouses were shocked when they saw the 8 Rank 8 Martial Arts Grandmasters in the sky. Sky Dragon Empire was indeed not simple. Haha, do you think it's useful to pin down me and the silver-winged flying dragon? The 3 martial emperors of Sky Dragon City are in seclusion. The martial emperors of the 4 sects are guarding their sections. It's too late even if they want to rush over. Beichen Wuyo was stunned when he saw the 8 martial arts grandmasters surrounding the silver-winged flying dragon in the air. However, he soon laughed out loud. He had long understood the situation in Sky Dragon City. Otherwise, he would not have dared to come here rashly. Inform the Divine Guards to send a message to the 4 great sects to come to Sky Dragon City immediately. Nangong Haoming shouted to the guards beside him. Immediately, more than 10 martial arts grandmasters rushed to Nangong Haoming's side and each of them quickly cast a formation. In an instant, 4 strange auras disappeared in the air and drifted in the direction of the 4 sections. Although it would take some time for the Force Emperors of the 4 top sects to arrive here, it was better than waiting. It was impossible to kill Force Emperors in the great battle between Force Emperors. They could only wait for the Force Emperors of the 4 top sects to arrive for support. Beichen Wuyo was right. The 3 martial emperors of Sky Dragon City were all in life and death seclusion, so it was impossible for them to come out to help. Do it! With Beichen Wuyo's order, the silver-winged flying dragon burst out with shocking demonic power. It instantly fought with the 8-rank 8 martial arts grandmasters. Space trembled and the air tore. Li Lingtian die. Beichen Wuyo did not hesitate at all as he swooped down toward the arena. Once he killed Li Lingtian, he would be able to leave Sky Dragon City quickly. Otherwise, he would be dead by the time the martial emperors from the 4 major sects arrived. On the plaza and on the steps, everyone was suppressed by the martial emperor and could not move at all. They could only watch helplessly as Li Lingtian suffered the destructive attack on the arena. You're courting death. Great grieving palm. Qing Styx was enraged when he saw Beichen Wuyo trying to kill him. He channeled all his true essence and threw it at Beichen Wuyo. As long as Beichen Wuyo did not retaliate, Beichen Wuyo would die when Li Lingtian did. Li Lingtian, who was below the stage, was shocked by the strategy of besieging the weak to save the weak. A martial royal realm powerhouse's cultivation was indeed powerful. Beichen Wuyo was several times stronger than Wind Demon. True Dragon Body Protection. Ice and Fire Ring. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw the destructive pressure and attack crashing down. He knew that even if Qing Styx attacked Beichen Wuyo from behind, he would still be killed by Beichen Wuyo. It was better to ask for help than to ask for help from others. He circulated all the true qi in his body and used the true dragon body barrier. At the same time, the ice and fire ring appeared in front of him. After breaking through from the martial spirit realm to the martial king realm, his strength had increased by several times. The true dragon body barrier had also become several times stronger. The ice and fire ring that had shocked him had also become even stronger. Rumble. Rumble. In the sky, the 8 Tier 8 martial arts grandmasters surrounded the silver-winged flying dragon and attacked it. They were evenly matched for a moment. Beichen Wuyo did not continue attacking Li Lingtian but engaged in a fierce battle with Qing Styx. Eugene tossed Li Lingtian into the air. Everyone was stunned by the martial royal realm battle. Qing Styx, even if the 4 martial emperors use the 1,000-mile teleportation, it will take at least half an hour. Do you think you can protect him? Beichen Wuyo attacked Qing Styx with sharp attacks while he spoke. In half an hour, you will stay in Sky Dragon City forever. Qing Styx said coldly. Powerful attacks collided with each other. Waves of violent aura tore through the space, and countless astral winds ravaged Heavenly Dragon City. Damn it. Old fart. Do you think I'm a block of wood? Destroying me just like that? You're simply courting death. Li Lingtian bellowed as he looked at Beichen Wuyo in the sky. He was slightly enraged. So what if he was a martial emperor? Killing him like a piece of wood was intolerable. Shoo! All the martial artists in the square exhaled a breath of cold air. Arrogant. This was arrogant. He dared to be so arrogant in front of a martial emperor. Roar! Tai! At that moment, the air trembled and a 3-colored dragon appeared in front of Li Lingtian. The 3-colored dragon was 5 meters long and its entire body was covered in 3 colors. Tier 4, Level 4, 3-colored dragon. Shocked. Completely shocked. It was actually a 3-colored dragon. This was a true dragon. The silver-winged flying dragon in the sky only meant that it had dragon blood veins, not pure dragon blood. Li Lingtian floated up and stood on the 3-colored dragon. With one hand on his body, the roaring dragon combat poleaxe appeared in his hand. The 3-colored dragon let out a roar, and a shocking dragon aura burst out. It leaped into the air and appeared not far from Qing Styx in an instant. Qing Styx and Beichen Wuyo stopped in their tracks as they stared in shock at the 3-colored dragon that Li Lingtian was riding on. Although it was only a Tier 4 Level 4 dragon, a true dragon's might was extremely powerful. Li Lingtian, Qing Ming, and Beichen Wuyo formed a triangular formation. The warriors below were shocked. Li Lingtian, the three-colored dragon, and Qing Styx were teaming up. The battle this time was much stranger than the beginning. In the past, they would not have thought highly of Li Lingtian. However, after Li Lingtian killed Yang Tianming, they dared not underestimate him. The young man's white clothes are fluttering, and a true dragon is his mount. Truly a heaven-defying monster. He's young and handsome. There's a heaven-defying expert in Sky Dragon Empire who's growing rapidly. On the steps, all the martial artists looked at the situation in the sky. The silver-winged flying dragon was also threatened by the dragon Qi, and its power was much weaker than before. A smile appeared on Qing Styx's face. With this helper, he was much stronger than a 7th or 8th level martial arts grandmaster. Beichen Wuyo's expression turned ugly. The more powerful Li Lingtian was, the stronger his killing intent became. Senior Qing Ming, lead Beichen Wuyo. Junior will attack. After Li Lingtian reached the Martial King realm, he was able to transmit his voice to Beichen Wuyo. With his powerful divine consciousness, he was not afraid that Beichen Wuyo would hear him. His divine sense was something that even an ordinary martial emperor could not compare to. Qing Styx was stunned. As the main attacker, his power must be shocking. He couldn't believe that a young martial king would say such words. What kind of heaven-defying ability did this young man have to be so confident? However, he had witnessed everything that Li Lingtian had done in Sky Dragon City, and was extremely pleased with the young man. Last time, he had also tested him in the Imperial Palace. He was definitely not simple and was a rare genius. All right, don't disappoint me. You've seen the situation. If I die, you'll die too. Sky Dragon City will be destroyed, and Sky Dragon Empire will be destroyed. Qing Styx pondered for a long time and then sent a message. He decided to believe it once. Beichen Wuyo, you will stay here forever today. Qing Styx said loudly. His body shot out and a shocking attack was launched. It was an unrestrained attack. Beichen Wuyo and the warriors below were shocked. What was going on with Force Emperor Qing Ming? He was attacking without any defense. Everyone knew how destructive the Great War of Force Emperors was to Sky Dragon City. Rumble. Qing Styx, you're crazy. Beichen Wuyo cursed. He didn't think that Qing Styx would take the initiative. Such an attack was a desperate fight. The brave would win when they met on a narrow road. It was the same for martial artists. For a moment, Beichen Wuyo could only keep defending, and his expression was extremely ugly. Faced with this crazy martial emperor's full-powered attack, he had no choice but to resist with all his might. If he was not careful, he would die here. Roar Dragon Battle Halberd, destroy it. Li Lingtian was elated to see that Qing Styx believed in him. Naturally, he understood what Qing Styx meant. If he died, the entire empire would be finished. Immediately, he used the Ice and Fire Ring. The true dragon body barrier protected his entire body, and the inner armor he wore also activated its defense. Then, he swung the Roaring Dragon Battle Poleaxe, and a shocking dragon energy surged out of the Divine Dragon Ring. He turned into a meteor and shot toward Beichen Wuyo. The Roaring Dragon Battle Poleaxe smashed down on Beichen Wuyo. You motherfucker. Crazy Qing Ming. You actually used yourself as a bait to let this bastard plot against me. Sensing the shocking dragon Qi, Beichen Wuyo understood what was going on no matter how stupid he was. He just couldn't believe that Qing Styx would let him be the catalyst and let a martial king be the main attacker. However, this terrifying dragon energy was extremely overbearing. If he wasn't careful, he would also be seriously injured. However, facing Qing Styx's crazy attack, he didn't have the ability to clone himself. He could only watch as the Roaring Dragon Battle Poleaxe smashed down. He circulated his quintessential essence. If he wanted to rely on his protective barrier to block this attack, no matter how strong a martial king was, he would only be a martial king. However, what shocked him was that when the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd struck the protective shield, the shocking power almost shattered it. He finally calmed down. At least he had resisted it. However, it was not over. The Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd blocked it, But what made him feel dead was that a strange aura ignored the protective barrier and directly rushed into his body. The dragon aura was crazily stirring in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was thrown back. He stopped 1,000 meters away. When he stopped, Qing's stick shot out again, not giving him any chance to rest. Damn you, Qing Ming. Fuck you. Li Lingtian. You'll die a horrible death. .2 hits. Damn it, you two schemed against me. What kind of heroes are you? A. In the sky, 3 voices flashed. The 3 figures were like meteors, exploding from time to time. Every time they exploded, the space trembled. Below, everyone was stunned. How could Li Lingtian's roaring dragon combat halberd be so overbearing that even a martial emperor was afraid of it? Chapter 137. Heavenly Phoenix, Grandine, and Profound Spirit. Everyone could only see 3 figures flashing, along with the sound of an explosion and Beichen Wuyo's curses. He did not look like a martial royal realm expert at all. What terrifying dragon energy! A rank 1 martial king is actually fighting a martial emperor? This world has gone crazy. Young Master Ling Tian is indeed the #1 genius on the Sons of Heaven rankings and Sky Dragon Empire. One would be satisfied if I fought a martial arts grandmaster. How could I fight a martial emperor? Big Brother Ling Tian's true dragon Qi is the nemesis of martial monarch powerhouses. After this, no one can stop his rise. The people below were all shocked. The battle in the sky was beyond their imagination. The martial king used the 3-color dragon to fly and the rebound force to flash in the air. His every step was precise to the peak. Boundless heaven winds slash. Die. In the air, the 3 of them pulled apart. Li Lingtian stood on the 3-color dragon while Qing's sticks hovered in the air. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation. Qing Stix's face was filled with excitement. It had been a long time since he had fought so freely. The appearance of a martial king allowed him to fight freely and even suppress his opponent. Beichen Wuyo's expression was solemn. He circulated his true essence and a huge weapon appeared in his hand. It was a low-grade emperor weapon. An aura of death appeared in the space, as if the end of the world had arrived. Beichen Wuyo, if you use this move to provoke a war between Sky Dragon Empire and Tianjin Empire, you will be punished by the rules. Qing Stix's face was also solemn. This was a forbidden technique, and its power was shocking. Even he, a 4th-level martial emperor, could not withstand it. He did not expect Beichen Wuyo to use a forbidden technique. If he used it, at least 10,000 people from Sky Dragon City would disappear instantly. Haha, the punishment of the rules. As long as one kill you, Sky Dragon Empire will forever be history. Beichen Wuyo laughed maniacally. Everyone below was shocked. This martial emperor wanted to destroy Sky Dragon City and Sky Dragon Empire. All of a sudden, all the warriors were enraged. However, they could do nothing against a martial emperor. They could only watch as Qing Stix and Li Lingtian hovered in the sky. Since you want me to die, one will let you live forever. Anyone who dares to touch my empire will die. Li Lingtian stared at Beichen Wuyo with a determined look on his face. He did not expect things to turn out this way. If he waited for the martial emperor's forbidden technique to be used, he would also disappear into thin air. Since that was the case, he would not take the risk to try. Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, heaven and earth become one. Releasing his divine sense, his entire aura changed drastically. His body also floated in the air, and a 3-foot-long Overlord Saber appeared in his hand. Instantly, the Heaven Extreme Overlord Saber emitted a shocking pressure. The shocking pressure formed a light that enveloped Li Lingtian. A 20-meter-wide light flashed in the sky. This is? Could it be a supreme-grade Emperor weapon? Impossible. An Emperor weapon doesn't have such a pressure. Only a legendary Saint weapon would have such a pressure. Stop, you can't control the Saint artifact. You'll die if you do that. Some knowledgeable warriors were shocked. This was the pressure of a powerful weapon. It could be a legendary saint weapon. Beside him, Qing Stix was even more shocked. This pressure was crushing him. Even he, a martial emperor, couldn't resist this pressure. However, Li Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the warrior king realm. If he were to forcefully use the sacred weapon, he would definitely be killed by the backlash. However, it was too late to stop it now. The Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber emitted a shocking pressure, and everything in the world trembled. The martial artists on the square could not help but prostrate, as if they had seen a god. Rumble. Tianhao's windward slash was a forbidden technique among the advanced earth-tier skills. When a martial emperor used it, it was earth-shattering. The two attacks collided with a destructive aura, and a light exploded in space. Everyone was dazzled by the light and could not open their eyes. Li Lingtian, Qing Stix, and Beichen Wuyo disappeared into the sky. The 8 Tier 8 martial arts grandmasters were also knocked down. The silver-winged flying dragon was also struck down and crashed heavily onto the plaza. The sky was silent. Everyone looked at the sky in horror. There was no longer a figure in the sky. At this moment, 3 sounds of blood spurting could be heard from the edge of the square. Cracks appeared on Beichen Wuyo's body, and countless mysterious auras spread out. In the end, his entire body was completely destroyed by the mysterious aura. There was blood at the corner of Qing Stix's mouth, and his expression was extremely ugly. There was a white-robed youth lying on the ground. The 3-colored dragon also had several wounds on its body, but it was not as miserable as the 3 of them. Big Brother Ling Tian. Tang Ziming and Li Xuefeng were heartbroken when they saw Li Lingtian's trio. They quickly dashed toward Li Lingtian and came to his side. Li Lingtian's body was on the verge of death and blood was gushing out from the corner of his mouth. The situation was not looking good. Don't touch him. Qing Stix unleashed a powerful stream of true essence to protect Li Lingtian's mind. His expression was grave. Seeing that Tang Ziming and Li Xuefeng were about to touch Li Lingtian, they quickly stopped them. If they did, Li Lingtian's situation would worsen. Big Brother Ling Tian, Big Brother Ling Tian. Tang Zi's heart broke when she saw Li Lingtian's face. He was fine before, but now he was like this. It's fine, your Big Brother Ling Tian won't die. Li Lingtian had a smile on his face the entire time. As soon as he spoke, blood gushed out from the air again. Elder Qing, do you have any ideas? Nangong Haoming and the others came to the edge of the square and asked Qing Ming. This time, Li Lingtian had used his powerful weapon to kill Beichen Wuyo and saved Sky Dragon City. Nangong Haoming could not help but feel satisfied with this young man. Yes, but it's the same whether you have it or not. Qing Stix spoke solemnly as he protected Li Lingtian's mind with his true essence. However, his eyes were filled with disappointment in the end because it was no different from not saying anything about this method. What do you mean? Li Xuefeng and Tang Zicheng asked at the same time. Now that their son-in-law and son, whom they were most proud of, had become like this, how could they not be anxious? Blood of the heavenly phoenix, blood of the extreme Yin, blood of the mysterious spirit. Qing Stix said seriously. This was a legend. He had accidentally read it in a book, but he didn't pay attention to it. This was because the blood of the heavenly phoenix, the blood of the extreme Yin, and the blood of the mysterious spirit were all legendary bloodlines in the world. They were all the blood essence of women, but these 3 bloodlines did not exist in the divine martial continent. Moreover, even if a woman had such a bloodline, she only had 1 drop of blood essence. Who would take it out? The bloodline of a virgin could be resurrected by fusing 3 types of blood essence. Moreover, those who obtained 3 types of bloodline would be reborn once, just like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Heavenly phoenix blood. The blood of extreme Yin. Mysterious spirit blood. Nangong Haoming and Tang Zicheng were both shocked and had strange expressions on their faces. The 2 of them exclaimed in surprise, which immediately puzzled everyone. Even if the 3 bloodlines were rare and magical, it shouldn't make the 2 of them lose their composure like this. Father, isn't Meng Meng a mystic spirit? When Tang Ziming heard Qing Stix's words, she was stunned. If her blood essence could save Brother Ling Tian, she would not hesitate at all. Moreover, she happened to have the 1 in a million mythical spirit body. I also have the Yin body. Tang Qingyue looked at Tang Ziming's sad face and then looked at the young man on the ground who was barely breathing. Her heart ached for some reason and she said calmly, "What? Both of you have the profound spirit body and the extreme Yin body." Nangong Haoming and Qing Stix were also shocked. The others were also shocked. They didn't expect the two sisters of the Tang family to have such a rare bloodline. That's right. Blue Moon has the Yin body, and Meng Meng has the profound spirit body. Tang Zikan said. So what if he had two bloodlines? Tang Ziming would definitely take out the drop of blood essence from his two daughters, but Tang Qingyue's blood essence was what that person needed. Moreover, even if he used both types of blood essence, he was still lacking the blood of the heavenly phoenix. You hurry. Nangong Haoming turned around to look at Nangong Mingyue and called out to her in all seriousness. He understood that he had no other choice since Li Lingtian had rejected her. Everyone looked at Nangong Mingyue in confusion. Why did Nangong Haoming call the eldest princess? This queen has the body of a heavenly phoenix. Nangong Mingyue said calmly. No one knew what she was thinking. The heavenly phoenix body, the extreme Yin body, and the profound spirit body have all appeared here. How is that possible? This is too much of a coincidence. Everyone, including Qing Stix, was stunned. They couldn't believe that 3 rare bloodlines existed and were gathered here. For the sake of the Empire, I've let you down before. I'll give you the blood of the heavenly phoenix. Nangong Mingyue pondered for a while before she finally spoke. For a virgin girl, the blood essence of the heavenly phoenix was extremely precious, but she could take it out now. Big sister. Tang Ziming looked at Tang Qingyue with a pitiful expression. As long as her sister agreed, Brother Ling Tian would immediately get better. Meng Meng, if one give him the Yin blood, the 3 of us will suffer. Are you willing? Tang Qingyue looked at Tang Ziming seriously. No one else understood her words. Only the Tang family understood. Tang Ziming naturally understood. The Yin blood of the Yin body was what that powerful person needed. She was not in control of herself, and not just her, but the entire Tang family was in control of themselves. Even the Eastern Spirit Azure continent could not resist that powerful existence. I'm willing. Tang Ziming nodded. Of course, she understood what her elder sister meant. If her elder sister did not have the Yin blood, everyone would be implicated. Sacrifice. 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 The 2 sisters looked at each other and then at Nangong Mingyue. The 3 of them nodded and gathered their blood essence. Immediately, a drop of crystal-clear blood essence appeared between their eyebrows. This drop of blood essence did not have any blood at all, just like a precious spiritual pearl. Chapter 138. Rank 3 Martial King. 3 drops of blood essence floated out. Immediately, a majestic and holy aura appeared between heaven and earth. The spiritual qi in the entire square quickly condensed and formed a spiritual qi light shield. The blood essence began to spin rapidly and then fused together. A mysterious light erupted between heaven and earth. The finger-sized blood essence flickered with light and kept spinning. What happened? At that moment, Qing Stix's mouth was filled with shock as his true essence was being resisted by Li Lingtian's aura. Li Lingtian's body was rapidly recovering. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. The body of a martial king realm warrior could actually heal itself. This was too terrifying. Naturally, he did not know that Li Lingtian had been tempered by the 9 suns' sacred flame. The immemorial ice crystal and the fire dragon's heart had fused together and he was reborn like a phoenix. After that, he was tempered by the dragon energy and his body was extremely strong. Looking at the blood essence in the air, Qing Stix could only smile bitterly. This young man was too amazing. He had wasted the blood essence of 3 girls. Looking at the situation, even if he didn't need the blood essence, he could still heal himself. I'll fulfill your wish. Qing Stix thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, The blood essence in the air shot toward Li Lingtian's glabella and disappeared into it. All! A shrilling scream was heard as Li Lingtian was enveloped by a ray of light. The raging flames and ice continued to tear him apart. Ice soul martial spirit. Flaming sacred body. Everyone was once again shocked. Even though they knew about Li Lingtian's ice soul and flaming martial soul, they were still shocked to see the ice soul and the scorching sun's sacred body with their own eyes. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes watched as Li Lingtian transformed like a phoenix rising from the ashes. After a full 10 minutes, the light was devoured and the raging flames and ice soul entered his body. Shoo! Rank 3 Martial King. This is too terrifying. One can't believe he reached rank 3 Martial King so easily. The blood of heavenly wind, the blood of extreme Yin, and the blood of mysterious spirit are indeed heaven-defying. Tian is done. Big brother Ling Tian's injuries have recovered. At this moment, everyone was overjoyed. However, Qing Stix was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? This is devouring. I can't believe that you've devoured so much power. One hopes Sky Dragon Empire will become stronger because of you. Shock flashed in Qing Stix's eyes. He would never dare to say such a thing. If someone knew that he had the devouring physique, they would hunt him down. Just his talent alone was enough to make Tianjin Empire's Beichen Wuyo come to kill him. If he knew about the devouring physique, wouldn't the heavens be overturned? Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of tainted blood. He opened his eyes and looked at the people around him with a smile on his face. Congratulations to young noble Ling Tian for your cultivation base increasing. Young Master Ling Tian's strength is shocking. He even killed Beichen Wuyo, who was at the martial monarch stage. Marquis Pingbei, congratulations. Marquis Nanling, congratulations. Li Lingtian's recovery was greeted with cheers from everyone and countless warriors. At this moment, everyone's eyes shifted to the silver-winged flying dragon in the distance. The 8 rank 8 martial arts grandmaster powerhouses were also injured, but the silver-winged flying dragon had been suppressed. This Beichen Wuyo violated the rules and invaded Sky Dragon City. He wanted to kill Sky Dragon's disciples. Sky Dragon Empire reserves the right to pursue this matter. Baiken Wuyu was killed by Li Lingtian and Elder Qing. I'm offering a flower to Buddha, so I'll bestow this silver-winged flying dragon to Li Lingtian. After receiving Qing Stix's voice transmission, Nangong Haoming gave the silver-winged flying dragon to Li Lingtian and Qing Stix took Beichen Wuyo's storage pouch. Next was the reward for the top 100 disciples in this competition, as well as the reward for the geniuses on the prodigy roll. After a full hour, Bai Ping announced that the competition had come to an end. Li Lingtian followed Li Suifeng and his wife back to the Marquis of Pingbei residence while Tang Ziming followed Li Lingtian closely. Li Lingtian had become the focus of the entire Sky Dragon Empire's competition. One miracle after another appeared on Li Lingtian's body. The halo of a genius and the reputation of a powerhouse were known by everyone. Ice Soul and Raging Flame Martial Souls. A 3-colored dragon as a mount. Ice and fire combined to destroy a genius. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd vs. Martial Emperor. Heaven and earth combined to destroy a martial emperor. The blood of the heavenly phoenix manifested a heavenly dragon. The moon mysterious spirit was the twin beauties. He was the #1 genius of Sky Dragon Empire. He was as handsome as Jade and had become a martial king at the age of 16. He fought against a martial emperor and killed him to save Sky Dragon City. Gossip always spread the fastest, no matter which world it was. Young noble Ling Tian's reputation was known throughout the heavens, and he had even rejected the eldest princess marriage for his fiancée. The news spread like wildfire every day. The 10 great families and countless forces of various sizes had all left Sky Dragon City. It was the same for the 4 great sections. The experts of Sky Cloud Sect had also returned to Sky Cloud Sect. This time, Sky Cloud Sect had the greatest harvest. They had a disciple who was the #1 genius of the Heavenly Dragon Realm and was also the #1 on the Prodigy roll. The other 4th-level martial arts grandmaster also entered the Prodigy roll with his powerful skills and Emperor weapon. From then on, there were 3 disciples of Sky Cloud sect on the prodigy roll. To everyone's relief, Li Lingtian and Qing Stix had killed Beichen Wuyo. If Li Lingtian had not killed Beichen Wuyo, Sky Dragon City would have been finished. Because the martial royal realm experts of the 4 sects were also restrained by the mysterious expert, they didn't dare to leave the sect. After an hour, the mysterious experts of the 4 sects left automatically. They thought that 1 hour was enough to kill Li Lingtian. However, they never expected that Li Lingtian would encounter an accident. A warrior spirit realm had managed to kill Beichen Wuyo. Li Lingtian returned to the North Marquis residence and meditated in his room to rest. As he had just reached the martial king realm, he had yet to get used to this powerful force. More importantly, he had actually managed to cultivate the ice-fire harmonization in the face of danger. Thinking of the power of the fusion of ice and fire, he was also afraid. He did not have true control over this attack. If he did, even a martial emperor would be killed, let alone a martial arts grandmaster. When he was fighting against the martial emperor in the air, he used the Heaven's Extreme Emperor Saber to break the martial emperor's forbidden technique. He had also lost half his life. However, he never expected that the blood essence of Tang Ziming, Nangong Mingyue, and Tang Ziming would change his physique. He was shocked that his body had recovered in a short period of time. After using the Heaven's Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber last time, he had to recuperate for more than 10 days before his injuries were healed. The might of the ultimate Overlord Saber was shocking, and even he could not withstand it. No one knew how Li Lingtian was injured at that time. Only Qing Stix understood that Li Lingtian had suffered a backlash from the weapon's pressure. It was too late for him to stop him. However, this reminded him of the heavenly phoenix blood, the mythical spirit body, and the ultimate Yin body. The blood essence of these 3 women had saved Li Lingtian and given him a unique physique that allowed him to recover in no time. Iced fire 9 heaven, not bad, that ice and fire are fused against the heavens. Iced fire, 9 layers, heaven. 1 layer 1 heaven. Iced fire 9 layer, heaven. First layer death. Li Lingtian opened his eyes with a glint in them. He had finally experienced the power of ice and fire after cultivating the ice-fire combination. Without the slightest hesitation, he named that shocking skill Ice-Fire 9 Heavy Sky. If one want to level up the Ice-Fire 9 heavens, 1 foot 11 inches have to find all kinds of heavenly flames and heavenly ice. I've already mastered the 9 suns sacred fire, the fire dragon's heart, and the immemorial ice crystal. As long as I find another type of ice crystal and raging flame, I'll be able to level up the power of the Ice-Fire 9 Flevens. Li Lingtian recalled the explanation in the ice-fire combination. Before he had fully comprehended and cultivated it, the restrictions in the Ice-Fire 9 layered sky could not be broken at all. Now that the restriction was broken, the requirements of Ice/Fire/9/layers/sky appeared in front of him. Empyrean Demon Flame, Profound Yin Ice Crystal. The 2 were ice and fire, but with his current cultivation, he didn't dare to use the Empyrean Demon Flame. So he naturally couldn't use the Profound Yin Ice Crystal either. If he wanted to level up the Ice-Fire 9 heavens, he had to level up both ice and fire at the same time. Thinking of this, he could only temporarily give up on refining the Empyrean Demon Flame and focus on cultivating and refining pills. The biggest gain from this competition was that he comprehended the Ice-Fire 9 heavens and obtained the blood essence of 3 peerless girls. He had also become a martial king. A Tier 3 martial king's abilities were worlds apart from a Tier 9 warrior spirit's. He now understood how heaven-defying it was for him to defeat a martial king and a martial grandmaster. If he were to face a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster now, he would not have the slightest fear at all. He stayed in the room for a full 5 days. In 5 days, he had adapted to the strength of a martial king and stabilized his various skills. During this period of time, Tang Ziming had been in the manor, while Tang Qingyue had not been having a good time in the Tang family. Blue Moon, don't you regret it? Lan Ping looked at Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue was the fiancé of a genius disciple from a super clan in the northern Dark Azure continent, and she cultivated the divine black negative technique. It just so happened that she needed Tang Qingyue's moon blood. Now that Tang Qingyue had given the girl's only drop of blood essence to Li Lingtian, Zhangzhou would definitely be enraged and the Tang family would not be able to live in peace. However, for the sake of their two precious daughters, they were willing to do anything to go against the Azure continent. Not to mention the Tang family, even the entire Eastern Spirit Azure continent was not a match for that family. Now, she only wanted to know if her daughter would regret it. On one hand, she would help her sister, and on the other hand, she would destroy herself and her family. Mother, I've been unfilial but I've never regretted it because Meng Meng is my sister. Li Lingtian is also a rare hot-blooded man. One don't regret rejecting His Majesty's marriage for his sister. Tang Qingyue nodded. Thinking about her own marriage, she felt bad. She should make her own decisions about her own marriage, but sometimes she couldn't. The last time he teased Li Lingtian in Sky Cloud's sect, it was just for fun. However, deep down, he had always wanted to be able to contend with that powerhouse. Li Lingtian was a genius, but compared to that powerhouse, he was like a firefly's light and the brilliance of the moon. Now that he had witnessed Li Lingtian's heaven-defying performance, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have taken out the lunar blood. The ultimate Yin blood had to be from a female with the ultimate Yin body. Furthermore, it had to be a virgin. This drop of ultimate Yin blood was originally meant for that powerhouse, but it was now given to Li Lingtian. For a girl, this was undoubtedly giving her innocence to Li Lingtian. Sigh, I just hope Tian won't disappoint us. Are you only doing this for Meng Meng? Lan Ping looked at Tang Qingyue. No one knew their son better than their father, and no one knew their daughter better than their mother. She naturally knew her own daughter. After saying that, he smiled faintly. Tang Qingyue blushed. As long as my sister is happy. Tang Qingyue thought of the miserable state Sky Cloud sex Li Lingtian was in and laughed in her heart. Chapter 139. Meeting in the Imperial Palace. Li Lingtian walked out of the room and looked at the morning sun in the east with a faint smile on his face. Young master, you're up. When Li Xiaoxiao saw Li Lingtian coming out, she greeted him with a polite bow. She then went forward to tidy Li Lingtian's clothes and prepare him for a bath. These were the most basic duties of a maid. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded and headed to the washroom. After a simple wash, he was in high spirits. Miss Purple Dream is still in the room. Li Xiaoxiao said softly. Tang Ziming had been staying in Li Lingtian's courtyard during this period. Li Lingtian nodded and walked toward Tang Ziming's room. He pushed open the door and saw Tang Zimin sitting cross-legged on the couch in meditation. Tang Ziming stopped her cultivation when she noticed someone coming in. When she saw that it was Li Lingtian, her face lit up with joy. Big brother Lingtian, you're up. Tang Ziming pulled Li Lingtian to the bedside and leaned her petite body against him. Ming Meng's cultivation is improving very quickly. She's actually reached Tier 6 warrior spirit. Li Lingtian could feel her soft and tender body leaning against him. The scent of a virgin's body wafted into his nose. The fragrance was extremely alluring and his blood vessels immediately surged. Why didn't such a peerless beauty make his blood boil? However, when he discovered Tang Ziming's cultivation base, he was shocked. She had actually reached Tier 6 warrior spirit in such a short time. Meng Meng gave the mystic spirit blood in her body to brother Lingtian, so her cultivation base rose rapidly. Tang Ziming's little face was flushed red. Li Lingtian naturally did not know the importance of a girl with a mythical spirit body's blood essence. It was just like a girl's first time. Before becoming a virgin, the cultivation of a girl with a mystic spirit body was very slow. Only after the drop of blood essence was taken away would her cultivation increase rapidly. The speed of her increase was terrifying. She would only give the mythical spirit body's blood essence to Li Lingtian when she married him in the future. However, she did not expect Li Lingtian to be so injured that he would ask her to give him the blood essence. Li Lingtian was stunned when he heard Tang Ziming's words. Since that was the case, Tang Qingyue and Nangong Mingyue were naturally the same. What was wrong with him to provoke Tang Qingyue and Nangong Mingyue? At the thought of this, she was extremely frustrated. She reached out and pulled Tang Ziming into her arms. She did not know what to do. The two of them were together, and there was a warmth that they had never felt before. At noon, Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming were chatting in the courtyard while Li Xiaoxiao and Qingping were chatting and laughing. At this moment, Wu Yun's voice came from outside. "Young master, Lord Marquis wants you to go over. Do you know what it is?" Li Lingtian took a bite of the spirit fruit and stood up after asking a few random questions. "It seems to be an imperial decree." Wu Yun bowed respectfully. Li Lingtian was a Tier 3 warrior king now, but his strength would make any martial arts grandmaster tremble. This was because Li Lingtian had killed a Tier 4 martial emperor, Baichen Wuyo, when he was a Tier 1 warrior king. The martial emperor was an old monster who had lived for more than 300 years. In the end, he was also killed by Li Lingtian when he used a forbidden technique. Furthermore, all the guards and servants in the marquisdom were extremely respectful to this young master, not to mention Li Lingtian's current status. Li Lingtian said a few words to Tang Ziming and the others before he left the courtyard and headed to the main hall of the marquis residence. When he arrived at the hall, he saw a pair of silver-armored guards standing at the door. In the hall was an old eunuch. "Greetings, young noble Lingtian." More than 30 martial king guards bowed respectfully upon Li Lingtian's arrival. Their faces were filled with admiration. Li Lingtian's deeds were often mentioned by the warrior ascendant powerhouses of the Divine Guards. Anyone in Sky Dragon Empire could be provoked except Li Lingtian. "Greetings, young noble Lingtian." Upon entering the hall, the old eunuch saluted Li Lingtian. He was shocked by the young man's strength as the entire palace was filled with his deeds. "Eunuch Gong is too polite." Li Lingtian returned the bow. "His Majesty the Emperor has chosen the Marquis of North Peace. He would like to invite young noble Lingtian to the Heavenly Dragon Palace for a meeting." The palace's chief eunuch Zhou Linhai took out the imperial edict. After reading it out, he casually handed it over to Marquis Pingbei. When accepting the imperial edict, Marquis Pingbei had to perform the etiquette of monarch and minister, but Li Lingtian did not have to. This was a world where the strong ruled. Otherwise, the imperial edict wouldn't have announced that Northern Marquis Ping was inviting young noble Lingtian. If Li Lingtian was just a mere warrior, it would be Northern Marquis Xian Ping who would be meeting Li Lingtian at the Heavenly Dragon Palace instead of inviting young Master Lingtian to the Heavenly Dragon Palace for a meeting. This was a form of etiquette that even the emperor had to follow. Even the emperor had to invite young noble Lingtian. "Thank you, eunuch." Li Lingtian nodded as he replied calmly. Following that, he and Li Suifeng headed to the imperial palace. This time, they were going to the imperial palace in a beast carriage. This was status and strength. If they didn't have strength, the palace wouldn't have used a special beast carriage to pick them up. Half an hour later, the beast carriage entered the imperial palace. Li Lingtian and Li Lingtian alighted from the beast carriage. A long red carpet extended all the way to the Heavenly Dragon Palace Hall. All the guards bowed respectfully when they saw Li Lingtian and Li Suifeng. Even a duke did not receive such treatment. "Marquis Pingbei, young noble Lingtian has arrived." Zhou Linhai shouted loudly. Hundreds of courtiers in the hall turned to look at the palace door. Li Lingtian and his partner walked in confidently. Li Lingtian was stunned when he saw the people in the hall. This time, they were all generals and not a single civil official. "Greetings, Marquis Pingbei. Greetings, young noble Lingtian." All the generals saluted Li Suifeng in unison. When they saw Li Lingtian, their faces were filled with admiration as they greeted him politely. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Lingtian greets Your Majesty. The two of them stepped forward and bowed to Nangong Haoming. Li Lingtian greeted Nangong Haoming as if he was his peer, just like Li Suifeng did to a sovereign. "Please sit." Nangong Haoming wasn't the slightest bit dissatisfied. On the contrary, he valued this youth even more. Such a heaven-defying monster was the future of Sky Dragon Empire. In this Sky Dragon Empire's genius competition, Ling Tian's heaven-defying rise has caused the other three empires to be eyeing him covetously. There's also the incident at Hidden Dragon Island. Tianjin Empire and South Mountain Empire have gathered 3 million troops at the border of Sky Dragon Empire. I've received news that the super-powerful warriors of Tianjin Empire and South Mountain Empire have already entered Sky Dragon Empire. One can imagine their ambitions. Nangong Haoming waited for Li Lingtian to take his seat before announcing the purpose of the meeting to all the generals. Li Lingtian sat at the side while the generals in the court discussed the matter. In the end, it was decided that the 4 commanders would be stationed at Sky Dragon Empire's border city. Li Xuefeng brought his men to the Thunderclap City, because the city was also an important military location. The last time they were sent back, there were countless super experts and soldiers in the city. On the other hand, Li Lingtian was just a foil. His main purpose was to introduce Li Lingtian to all the generals so that they would not be overwhelmed by the Dragon King Temple. After the court session ended, Li Lingtian and his son returned to the Marquis Dom. Li Xuefeng had to go on an expedition immediately, so Li Lingtian was temporarily cultivating at the Marquis Dom. After Li Xuefeng went out to battle, the Marquis Dom had lost countless guards. Some of the family guards were also brought out by Li Xuefeng. During this period of time, Li Lingtian was extremely relaxed. He cultivated at night and refined some pills to increase Little White and the rest's cultivation. Ever since Li Lingtian refined the Tier 4 Heavenly Monster Pill, Little White had broken through from Tier 4 Level 3 to Tier 4 Level 4. The Jade-Eyed Beast and Multicolored Beast had made great progress and were now addicted to Li Lingtian's pills. The biggest reward was the Silver-Winged Flying Dragon's submission. In the face of the powerful dragon energy, the Silver-Winged Flying Dragon could only submit and become Li Lingtian's right-hand man. Of course, the Heavenly Fey Pill was not without its help. Moreover, it spent most of its time cultivating in the Divine Dragon Ring. Moreover, it had obtained a drop of Little White's true dragon blood, which made its bloodline purer. With the shocking amount of dragon energy, the Silver-Winged Flying Dragon almost went crazy. Although the Jade-Eyed Beast and Multicolored Beast could not cultivate with dragon energy, they had obtained Little White's true dragon blood and their bloodlines had mutated. Thus, they had no effect on the dragon energy in the Divine Dragon Ring. The 3 demonic beasts were cultivating in the Divine Dragon Ring while Little White was sleeping outside and eating the heavenly demonic pill that Li Lingtian had refined. After Li Lingtian reached Tier 3 Warrior King, Tier 1 and Tier 2 pills were no longer of much use. He could only use Tier 3 Void Spirit pills for cultivation. Currently, the Void Spirit pill that he refined was only of high grade. However, based on his understanding of medicinal pills, when he was at Tier 5, the Void Spirit pill was no longer of much use to him. He had to find a Tier 4 pill formula. On this day, a violent spiritual energy came from the room, and the spiritual energy spread out like an explosion. Sigh, one failed again. Li Lingtian looked at the medicinal powder in the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. It was a precious 1,000-year-old herb, but it was nothing much. The main reason was that he wasted a drop of 1,000-year-old stalactite milk. A drop of 1,000-year-old stalactite milk could completely instantly restore the true essence of a martial ancestor, martial emperor, or even a martial venerable or martial emperor. He also had 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk, and used over 10 bottles of 1,000-year stalactite milk. It was absolutely heaven-defying to have so many of such natural treasures. However, the 10,000-year stalactite milk could only recover half of a martial king's cultivation. Even though the 10,000-year stalactite milk could instantly recover all of his true essence, he didn't want to waste it. He wanted to refine the 10,000-year stalactite milk into a precious pill to use. Try again. Li Lingtian pondered for a long time as he recalled his failed experiences. He wanted to pick himself up from where he failed. With that said, the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron appeared before him. He unleashed the 9 suns' holy fire. With his current cultivation, he could use the flames he cultivated to refine other things. The flames that were cultivated had a more precise control. The success rate of refining pills this way was also much higher. Naturally, the quality was needless to say. All kinds of medicinal herbs entered the heaven and earth creation cauldron. The demon beast's inner core was about to enter the cauldron. More than 10 medicinal herbs, inner cores, and blood essence had already fused. Tisk. With a light sound, the 10,000-year stalactite milk dripped into the heaven and earth creation cauldron. Boom! A shocking amount of spirit qi quickly surged into the cauldron. Li Lingtian's expression was extremely serious. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.